The rain is already here, not approaching, here, already falling, already filling every direction of the available sound with the specific, enveloping, continuous quality of the rain that has been falling for long enough that it has settled into its steady rhythm, past the beginning's irregular first drops and past the building's increasing intensity, into the specific, sustainable, going to rain for a long time quality of the rainfall that the nervous system registers differently from the rain that is just starting or the storm that is escalating. This rain is not escalating. This rain has arrived at its pace and is maintaining its pace and will maintain its pace through every remaining hour of the night. It is the rain that has decided to stay. You are inside it. Not outside in it, inside the shelter that makes the rain the most available thing, rather than the most threatening thing. The specific, ancient, stone-walled, overhang-protected, dry, floored shelter that puts the rain on the outside of every surface while you are on the inside of every surface. The rain is everywhere the shelter is not. You are everywhere the shelter is. Listen to it right now. The sound is specific, and it deserves specific attention because the specific quality of the sound is the first and most immediately available gift of tonight. The rain is not falling in one direction. It is arriving from every available acoustic direction simultaneously from above. The rain on the stone overhang of the cave's entrance, producing the specific hard surface, continuous, slightly percussive quality of water on rock. From ahead, the rain falling through the open entrance as a visible curtain of water, its sound, the specific, open air, unobstructed quality of the rainfall heard directly where the shelter's protection ends and the open night begins. From the sides, the rain on the rock face above the cave's opening, producing the specific running water, surface following quality of the rainfall, finding its way down the stone, and along the ledges, and off the overhang's edge, in the specific, secondary, trickling and dripping quality that the rain produces when it has been falling long enough for the stone's surfaces to be fully saturated and running. And from below, or rather, from the absence below, the floor of the shelter is dry. The rain that is everywhere outside is nowhere inside, and the specific dry quality of the floor beneath the body, the absence of the rain at the one surface the body is in contact with, is itself a quality. The dryness is the shelter. The dryness is the proof that the shelter is doing what shelters do. The sound fills the available space completely. This is the quality that distinguishes the rain heard from inside a stone shelter from the rain heard from inside any other available enclosure. The stone walls and the stone ceiling and the stone floor produce a specific, reflective, diffuse, direction indeterminate quality of the rain's reverberation. The sound bouncing from every stone surface at slightly different delays, arriving at the ears from slightly different directions, producing the specific surrounding coming from everywhere simultaneously quality of the acoustically rich enclosure in the rain. The rain is not a sound that is happening somewhere. The rain is the entire available acoustic environment. It has replaced the ordinary room's ordinary sounds, the specific, mechanical, human-generated, always potentially meaningful quality of the ordinary evening's ambient noise, with the specific, natural, non-threatening, not requiring a response quality of the rainfall that has been the most available large sound of every sheltered human night since the first shelter was found, and the first rain fell on its stone, and the first nervous system received the specific signal that the rain outside and the dry inside together have always produced. The signal is The shelter is holding. The rain is a threat to the unsheltered body. The rain on the stone above is the proof that the threat is real and present and falling at this specific intensity, at this specific moment on the surfaces directly above. And the dryness of the floor is the proof that the threat is entirely, completely, in every direction, managed by the shelter, both simultaneously, the threat named by the sound and the protection confirmed by the dryness, produce the specific, ancient Earth's nervous system recognized combination that the threat response system has been calibrated to interpret as the most complete available safety signal. The rain is real. The shelter is real. The rain is outside. You are inside. This is the oldest available version of safe. The rain has arrived, and it is staying, and the shelter is holding, and every sound the rain makes, on every surface of the stone above, and around the end the cave is specific, not the generalized, vaguely imagined, could be any cave quality of the undescribed shelter, the specific dimension by dimension, surface by surface. Every contact point named reality of this particular cave on this particular night, with the rain falling on its particular stone in its particular way. The specificity is what makes it inhabitable rather than merely imaginable. The described cave is a concept. The specific cave is a place, and the nervous system that is being asked to receive the shelter's healing requires a place, requires the specific tactile, dimensional, every surface confirmed quality of the shelter as a physical reality before the ancient safety response that the shelter produces can be fully engaged. Feel the floor first. The floor is the body's primary contact with the shelter, the surface that the full weight of the body is given to, the surface that receives the heaviness of the lying down body and distributes it across the specific, ancient, slightly yielding quality of the cave floor's accumulated material. The cave floor is not the raw stone of the geological surface. It is the specific centuries of habitation quality of the floor that has been a shelter floor for long enough to have accumulated the organic material that shelter floors accumulate. The dried moss that found its way in through the entrance over the seasons. The compacted, fine, dark earth that the wind has carried and deposited in the still air interior over the decades. The specific, warm when pressed, slightly giving quality of the floor that is more than stone and less than soil. The specific, ancient shelter floor quality of a surface that has been receiving the weight of sheltering bodies since before the concept of a constructed floor existed. The floor is warm, not dramatically warm. The specific accumulated shelter-maintained warmth of a floor that has been protected from the rain and the wind and the cold of the open night for long enough to hold the ambient warmth of the fire and the body and the stone's own heat retention at the specific, comfortable, not too warm quality of the cave interior in the well-maintained shelter. The body pressed into this floor is the body receiving the floor's warmth through every contact point, the back of the head, the shoulders, the backs of the arms, the lower back, the backs of the legs, the heels, each contact point receiving the floor's specific warmth and the floor's specific slight giving and the floor's specific ancient quality of having received bodies in exactly this position before. Now the walls are close enough to be felt as present, the specific, not far enough to be absent quality of the cave walls at the distance that produces the enclosed feeling rather than the exposed feeling, not so close as to be confining, the specific arm's reach quality of the walls that places them within the awareness as definite presences rather than theoretical boundaries. The stone walls are cool where the floor is warm. The stone's surface temperature lower than the floor's accumulated warmth. The walls carrying the specific clean mineral quality of the undisturbed stone face. If the hand were placed against the wall, the specific slightly roux, entirely solid, has been here for longer than any human structure has stood quality of the cave wall's surface. The wall does not flex, the wall does not shift. The wall is the specific, geological, entirely unmovable quality of the ancient stone, that the rain outside cannot penetrate and the wind outside cannot move. The ceiling is low enough to feel like a ceiling, not the vast, lost in darkness quality of the large cave system's ceiling. The specific, present overhead quality of the shelter ceiling that is close enough to be felt as the roof of the space, rather than the beginning of a larger void. The ceiling that the eye can find without effort. The ceiling that the firelight reaches. The ceiling that is definitively above and definitively stone and definitively not the open sky. The specific, enclosed, every direction, stone quality of the well-sheltered interior and the entrance ahead. The single opening, the specific, framed, view of the rain curtain visible, night sky glimpse beyond quality, the cave's opening to the outside world. Through the entrance, the rain is visible as the moving, falling, light-catching curtain of the moderate rainfall in the night air. Through the entrance, the sound arrives most directly. The specific, slightly louder, less reverberant quality of the rain heard through the opening rather than through the stone. The entrance is where the outside world is. Everything else is the cave. Everything else is inside. The fire is at the center of the available space. Not large, specifically small. The specific, well-tended, entirely controlled. Just the right size quality of the shelter fire that the experienced shelter dweller maintains. Not the dramatic, roaring, heat-generating fire of the outdoor bonfire or the large hearth. The specific, small, sustainable, going to burn steadily through. The night quality of the fire that has been built to last rather than to impress. 3 or 4 pieces of the dry wood that has been stored inside the shelter's interior, where the rain cannot reach it. The fire burning at the specific, moderate orange and amber level of the well-established, past its initial intensity, settled into its sustainable pace fire. The fire that does not need attention. The fire that will burn through the night on its own. The warmth reaches the face first. The specific, radiant front-facing quality of the open fire's heat arriving at the surfaces that face the cave's center. The face the most exposed, the most directly receiving of the fire's radiant warmth. Not the overwhelming heat of being too close. The specific, gentle, optimal distance quality of the warmth that arrives at the level of comfortable rather than hot. The face receiving this warmth in the specific, the receiving rather than managing quality of the face that is not in a performance situation, not calibrating its expression for any observer, simply present in the fire's warmth, in the specific private shelter, private quality of the face that only the fire has ever seen. The warmth on the face is the most ancient available comfort, not as a sentiment, as the specific, evolutionary, calibrated response, account of the nervous system that has been associating the radiant warmth of the open fire on the face with the most ancient available version of the shelter confirmed. Predator, threat reduced, social group gathered, surviving another quality of the safety that the fire at the center of the shelter has always produced. The fire's warmth on the face is not just warmth, it is the specific warmth plus safety signal combination that the controlled fire has been producing in the human nervous system since the species first learned to maintain fire in the shelter, and discovered that the fire's warmth on the face in the enclosed space meant something that no other warmth has ever meant in quite the same way. The fire produces light. The specific, warm amber, irregular, shadow-creating, never quite steady quality of the firelight on the cave's stone walls, the shadows moving with each small fluctuation of the flame. The specific, living quality of the light that is not the flat, constant, directionless quality of the artificial light, but the specific, source-located, shadow-producing, dimensionality-creating quality of the light that comes from a single, fluctuating, living source. The shadows on the walls moving slowly, the specific, slow, non-alarming, fire-appropriate quality of the shadow movement that the threat response system has distinguished from the fast, alarming approach indicating quality of the shadows that require a response. The walls are lit in the fire's amber. The specific, warm amber, long wavelength quality of the firelight reaching the stone walls and returning them in the fire's colour. The grey stone transformed by the amber light into the specific, warm, interior, intimately lit quality of the fire-lit shelter interior. The ceiling catching the fire's light in the specific, upward-directed, softer quality of the light that has been reflected from the floor before reaching the ceiling. The ceiling warmly amber, rather than the cold grey of the daylit cave. The entrance catching the fire's light from behind, throwing the amp into the rain curtain at the cave's opening. The specific firelight reaching into the rain quality of the light that extends to the edge of the shelter's protection and no further. The fire produces sound. The specific low frequency, occasional entirely familiar quality of the well-burning wood fire's acoustic expression. The base level sound of the fire. The specific, soft, continuous hiss of the combustion at the fire's sustained level, almost below the threshold of conscious hearing, felt more than heard at the level of the room's ambient sound. The occasional crack, the specific, single, sharp, not alarming quality of the wood's expansion in the fire producing the specific punctuation quality crack that the shelter fire has always produced at irregular intervals through the night. Each crack the fire's announcement that it is still burning, still maintaining, still providing the warmth and the light and the safety that the shelter fire has always provided. The fire is here. It has been here. It will be here through every remaining hour of the night. The warmth is on the face. The amber is on the walls. The rain is on the stone above. Everything is exactly as it should be. Take in the whole shelter now. Not one element at a time. The whole of it simultaneously. The specific, integrated, every element present quality of the complete shelter environment received in a single expanded awareness rather than assembled piece by piece from its components. The rain and the fire and the cave walls and the entrance and the floor and the ceiling, all of them present at once, all of them saying the same thing from their different positions in the available space, all of them contributing their specific element appropriate quality to the single whole completely present reality of the shelter in the rain. The rain is outside in every direction. This is the shelter's most fundamental spatial quality. It is everywhere. The shelter is not. And the shelter is a specific, bounded, every surface-defined enclosure that the rain is entirely outside of. Above, the rain on the stone above the overhang, to the sides, the rain on the rock face beyond the cave's walls. Below, the rain on the ground outside the entrance, the puddles forming in the specific rain-collecting, low-ground quality of the open earth beyond the shelter's dry floor. Ahead, the rain visible through the entrance as the curtain of falling water that marks the exact threshold between the outside world and the inside one. The fire is inside at the center, the warmth radiating outward from the center to every interior surface, to the walls and the ceiling and the floor, and the body lying between the fire and the entrance, the amber light reaching every interior surface, the fire's sound filling the interior's air alongside the rain sound from outside, the two sounds together, producing the specific dual source, inside and outside quality of the complete shelter's acoustic environment. The rain from everywhere the shelter is not, the fire from the center of everywhere the shelter is, and the body between them, inside the shelter, between the fire's warmth and the entrance's rain curtain, on the floor that the rain cannot reach, beneath the ceiling that the rain cannot penetrate, against the walls that the rain cannot pass through, the body in the most enclosed, most protected, most fire-warmed, most rain-accompanied position available in the most ancient available human shelter environment. Something is already happening in the nervous system, not the complete, full-depth, session-long healing that the night will build toward. The first, honest, attending to the body quality of the nervous system that has just received the shelter's initial signal package. The rain is outside and I am inside, and the fire is warm and the walls are everywhere. The threat response system's ambient monitoring that has been running at the ordinary day's characteristic level receives this signal package and begins, not dramatically, specifically, its first available degree of stepping back from the full activation level. The jaw is slightly softer than at the session's beginning. Not fully soft, specifically softer, the specific first degree shelter signal responding quality of the jaw that has received the initial shelter signal and has offered the first honest, physiologically real degree of releasing the managed expression's maintained quality. The breath is slightly slower, not at the session's eventual slower breath rate, specifically slower than the very beginning. The first breath cycle by breath cycle quality of the breath that is beginning to receive the rain's rhythmic accompaniment as the pacing signal for the exhale's slight lengthening. The shoulders are at the beginning of their falling, not fallen, beginning to fall. The specific first degree shelter signal responding quality of the shoulders that have received the cave wall's enclosing signal and have begun the long, gradual, section by section fall from the ordinary day's elevation of budget toward the shelter's most complete available lowering. This is the beginning, not the arrival, the beginning. The complete shelter's full healing work is ahead through every section of tonight. The body scan that will address every area with the rain's specific sound and the fire's specific warmth. The nervous system sciences that will explain what the shelter's three elements are doing to the electrical patterns and the circadian cascade and the threat response architecture. The deep shelter's most complete available acoustic immersion. The identity chapter's specific, warmly honest acknowledgement of what the activation has been costing and what the shelter's safety returns. All of that is ahead. But already, the rain is here, the fire is here, the cave is here, the body is inside, all three. And the nervous system is receiving the oldest available signal that tonight has to offer. The shelter is holding. Give the weight to the floor, not the partial weight of the body that is lying down, but still maintaining some residual degree of the ordinary world's uprightness in the specific, below the awareness, never quite fully released quality of the body that has not yet received the signal that the maintaining is no longer required. not the weight, minus the fraction the shoulders are holding, minus the fraction the jaw is holding, or minus the fraction the hands are holding in the specific, almost closed, not quite open quality of the hands that have been performing and managing through every hour of the ordinary day, and that have not yet received the specific, clear, shelter-confirmed signal that the performing is over. All of it, the complete weight of the body, every area, every surface, every part of the held and maintained and managed physical expression of the person who has been in the ordinary world's demands, through every hour since this morning, given to the floor, not managed onto the floor, not lowered carefully onto the floor, given the specific, complete, nothing held back quality of the full weight, surrendered to the surface that is specifically here for the receiving of it. The shelter floor receives weight differently from every other available surface. This is not the sentiment of the comfortable mattress or the pleasantly soft surface that the body appreciates for its physical qualities. This is the specific, physiologically real, nervously system-recognized quality of the ancient shelter floor as the most anciently safe available surface for the fully given weight. The body that gives its full weight to the shelter floor is performing in the specific physical, posture-based language that the nervous system's threat response system reads directly. The most complete, available physical statement of the threat response system's disengagement. Here is why this is specific and why it matters. The threat response system reads the body's posture as one of its primary inputs for the current threat assessment. The body that is upright is the body that is available for the immediate physical response. The fight, the flight, the specific, ready-to-move quality of the body that has not yet surrendered its positional advantage. The body that is half reclined, but still partially holding, is the body that is maintaining the option of uprightness, still partly available for the rapid response. The body that has given its complete weight to the floor has made the physical statement that no rapid response is being maintained as an option. The positional advantage has been surrendered entirely to the shelter floor's receiving. This statement is received by the threat response system as evidence, not the decision to feel safe, the physical evidence of safety. The threat response system does not respond primarily to the cognitive decision to relax. It responds to the physiological evidence of the body's state, and the body that has given its complete weight to the floor is providing the most direct available physical evidence that the threat response full activation is not warranted by the current situation. The rain is helping with this. The rain is the external confirmation that the shelter floor's receiving is the appropriate response. The rain falling on the stone above is the sound of the threat being managed from outside. The rain is real and present and falling at this specific intensity right now on the surfaces directly above, and the dry quality of the shelter floor beneath is the shelter's answer to the rain's challenge. Both happening simultaneously, both audible and felt simultaneously. The rain's challenge and the shelter's answer occurring in the same moment. The nervous system receiving both signals together as the complete challenge and answer, threat and protection package that the ancient shelter in the ancient rain has always provided. Feel the floor accepting the weight right now, beginning at the back of the head, the specific slight contact spreading quality of the floor receiving the head's weight, and the head's weight settling into the floor surface. The head is heavy. The head has been holding its orientation through every hour of the ordinary day. The specific postural, Neck and shoulder maintain quality of the head, kept upright and directed and positioned for the ordinary world's navigation. The floor is receiving all of that now. The neck releasing the head's weight to the floor's surface, the specific decompressing, nothing holding the head quality of the neck that has given the head completely to the shelter floor. Into the shoulders, the backs of the shoulders pressing into the floor with the full weight of the arms and the chest and the specific and compressed but still holding quality of the shoulders, releasing to the floor degree by degree, the floor meeting the shoulders' weight at every contact point, the specific floor conforming weight distributing quality of the shelter floor, receiving the shoulders' weight and the tension that the shoulders have been carrying. Into the lower back, the lumbar curve settling, the specific supported. Finally, not required to hold quality of the lower back that has been maintaining its curve through every standing and sitting hour of the ordinary day, and that is now receiving the floor's specific contour adapting quality beneath it, into the legs, into the heels. The complete weight, every area, the floor receiving all of it, without effort, without resistance, without requiring anything in return for the receiving. The rain is on the stone above. The floor is dry beneath, the weight is given, the shelter has it. The rain has a specific quality of sound that no other available natural sound produces in quite the same way. This specificity is worth attending to, not as an analytical exercise, but as the deliberate awareness in the sound quality of receiving the rain's acoustic gift, with the specific mechanism-informed attention that makes the gift more completely available. The person who knows why the rain sounds so exactly right at this specific hour receives the rain's sound differently from the person who simply notices that it is pleasant. The informed receiving is the more complete receiving. The more complete receiving produces the more complete response. The rain sound is pink noise, not technically pink in the color sense. In the specific acoustic physics, spectral distribution sense of a sound, whose energy is distributed across its available frequencies in the specific inversely proportional to frequency way that the engineers and the sleep researchers call the one-off pattern. The one-off pattern means that the lower frequencies carry more energy than the higher frequencies. The deep, bass level acoustic content of the rain more powerful than the high frequency hiss. This is the opposite of the white noise that the ordinary noise cancelling approach produces. White noise has equal energy at every frequency, which produces the specific harsh, somewhat fatiguing quality of the unfiltered signal. Pink noise has the specific, warm, rounded, more low than high quality of the sound that the human auditory system has been evolved to find most restful. The brain's electrical activity during the deep sleep stages follows the same 1F pattern. This is the extraordinary quality of the rain's relationship to the sleeping brain. The slow wave sleep, the deep, restorative, most healing available sleep stage, is characterized by the specific large amplitude, low frequency, 1F distributed electrical activity of the brain in its most deeply settled available state. The delta waves of the deep sleep stage are the brain's most powerful available electrical oscillation, large, slow, deeply rhythmic, occurring at the rate of 1 to 4 cycles per second, and the rain's acoustic spectrum follows the same 1F pattern. More power at the lower frequencies, less at the higher. The deep acoustic quality of the rain's bass level sound more powerful than the surface hiss. The rain and the sleeping brain are speaking the same spectral language. The nervous system that receives the rain's pink noise while settling towards sleep is receiving a sound whose spectral pattern is already resonant with the brain's own deep sleep stage electrical pattern. The brain that is being invited toward the slow wave sleep by the melatonin cascade and the cave's darkness and the fire's circadian appropriate light is also receiving, through the rain's pink noise, the specific 1F matching, neurologically resonant acoustic signal that most closely accompanies the brain state it is being invited toward. The rain is the deep sleep sound, not metaphorically, spectrally. The specific frequency distribution quality of the rainfall's acoustic signature is the most neurologically consonant available natural sound for the brain that is approaching the slow wave sleep. The brain moving toward the deep sleep is already moving toward the 1F pattern in its electrolytic activity, and the rain is providing the acoustic version of that same pattern as the ambient sound environment. Receive the rain sound now with this understanding, not listening to it analytically, inhabiting it. The specific awareness insights quality of the listener who has moved from hearing the rain as a sound that is happening near them to being inside the rain sound as the total available acoustic environment. The rain is not on the periphery of the awareness. It is the center of the available acoustic space. Every other available sound, the fire's soft combustion, the specific quality of the breath, the body's own quiet interior sounds, are present within the rain's acoustic envelope rather than alongside it. The rain fills the space from every direction. This is the cave's specific contribution to the rain's acoustic quality. The stone wall's reverberant quality distributing the rain's sound across every available direction simultaneously. The rain arriving at the entrance produces its direct front source quality at the ears, but the same rain sound reflected from the back wall and the side walls and the ceiling arrives at the ears from the left and the right, and from behind and from above as well. The direct sound and the reflected sounds together, producing the specific surrounding coming from everywhere simultaneously quality of the rain, heard inside the stone shelter, the rain not arriving from one direction, but from all available directions at once. The awareness inside this sound is not the awareness of a person in a room with a sound in it. It is the awareness of a person inside the sound. The rain as the environment rather than as an element of the environment. The specific total acoustic surround quality of the rain in the stone shelter, producing the most complete available version of the most neurologically consonant available natural sound. The body is settling into the rain sound. The breath is finding the rain's rhythm. The specific below the awareness, self-organizing quality of the breath that has been receiving the rain's acoustic pattern through every breath cycle since the session began. And that is beginning to move its own rhythm toward the rain's rhythm in the specific environmental entrainment quality of a biological system, receiving a consistent rhythmic signal from its surrounding environment. The rain is speaking, the brain is listening, the deep sleep is the language they share. The fire's warmth is moving through the body, not arriving, moving. The fire has been producing its radiant warmth since the session began, and the body has been receiving it since the first moment of the shelter's establishment. The warmth is not new. What is new? What this section attends to is the specific area by area, progressive quality of the warmth as it works through every surface of the body that faces the cave's center. The fire's warmth does not arrive everywhere at once. It arrives at the surfaces that face the fire first and most directly, and it works from those surfaces inward and outward to the surfaces that are less directly exposed. Following this progression with the awareness makes the warmth more completely available, not creating warmth that is not there, but attending to the warmth that is already there with the specific quality of attention that makes the available experience more fully received. The face is warmest, the face that has been receiving the fire's direct, front-facing, optimal distance warmth since the session's beginning is the warmest available surface. The specific, gentle, front-facing quality of the fire's radiant heat at its most directly received expression. The face does not need to be described as warming, it is warm. The forehead warm, the cheeks warm, the jaw warm in the fire's specific amber light and radiant heat combination that no artificial warmth source produces in quite the same way. The face that has been the ordinary world's most specifically managed surface, the expression calibrated, the display monitored, the social performance conducted through every minute of every ordinary social interaction is in the fire's warmth, now in the specific private shelter, private quality of the face that has no performance function in the shelter. The fire does not require a performance. The fire does not assess the face's expression. The fire does not evaluate the quality of the ease that the face is displaying. The fire simply warms the face in the specific, non-assessing, non-monitoring, ancient quality of the warmth source that has been warming faces in shelters through the full span of the fire-using species without once requiring anything of the face it warms. The face can be whatever it is in the fire's warmth. The jaw can be open. The forehead can be smooth, not because the expression has been managed towards smoothness, but because the fire's warmth and the shelter's privacy together have removed the conditions that the furrowing requires. The chest is receiving the fire's warmth now. The specific front of the chest sternum-centered quality of the fire's radiant warmth arriving at the chest surface. The sternum warm. The specific central heart-adjacent quality of the warmth at the chest's most direct fire-facing surface. The heart inside the chest, beating at the lower rate that the shelter's accumulated signals have been building toward, surrounded by the warmth from the fire outside and the warmth of the body's own circulation from within. The chest slightly wider than the session's beginning. The specific warmth receiving fire-attended quality of the chest that has been given the shelter's permission to expand. The hands are receiving the warmth. The hands that have been carrying the ordinary world's self-monitoring quality through every interaction of the day, checking their own gesture quality, maintaining their appropriate social expression, forming their specific below the awareness management function through every social moment, are open on the shelter floor now, the palms facing toward the fire, the fire's warmth arriving at the palms' surfaces, in the specific front-facing, open palm quality of the hands that are not performing for anyone. The warmth received by the palms, warm, specific, the fire's temperature at the optimal distance, producing the specific, comfortable, receiving quality of hands that are simply open in the shelter's warmth. This warmth is the oldest available confirmation, not in the sentimental sense, in the specific, evolutionary nervous system calibrated sense of the warmth that the controlled shelter fire has been providing as a safety signal since before any other available warm source was available to the species. The fire's warmth on the body in the enclosed shelter, the most ancient available signal that the shelter is maintained, the predator threat is at the shelter's minimum level, the social group is present, and the night is proceeding within the range of the survivable and the familiar. The fire is warm. The fire is here. The fire has been here since the beginning and will be here through every remaining hour. Each moment the warmth continues is the fire confirming, maintained. Each moment the warmth is on the face, and the chest and the hands is the shelter, saying in its own thermal language what the rain is saying in its own acoustic language. The shelter is holding. Something has shifted in the threat response system. Not dramatically, specifically, the specific attending to the body, honest, physiologically real quality of the threat response system that has been receiving the shelter's accumulated signal package through every section of the session so far, and has been doing what the threat response system does when it has been given the consistent, multi-channel, every direction, converging evidence that the shelter is holding, and the fire is maintained, and the rain is outside, and the floor is dry. It has been updating its assessment, the threat response system, the amygdala's threat monitoring function, and the HPA axis activation it produces, and the sympathetic nervous system's peripheral expression that the activation maintains, does not update its threat assessment in a single, dramatic, all-at-once shift. It updates incrementally in the specific evidence accumulating threshold by threshold quality of a system that requires a consistent multi-channel sustained evidence before it revises downward from the activation level the previous conditions warranted. The ordinary evening's ordinary environment does not typically provide this evidence. The ordinary room's ordinary sounds carry the specific, potentially meaningful, requires monitoring quality of the human-made environment, and the ordinary light, and the ordinary connectivity, and the ordinary absence of the shelter's specific, ancient, every direction. Converging safety architecture mean the threat response system's assessment does not fully update toward the step down. Shelter provides the evidence the ordinary room cannot provide. The rain from every direction saying, the weather is managed, the shelter is holding, the fire from the center saying, the warmth is maintained, the predator threat is at minimum, the cave walls from every direction saying, no approach is possible from behind, from the sides, from above. The single monitored direction is the entrance, which is lit by the fire and covered by the rain and as visible as any approach direction can be. The floor saying, dry, protected, the shelter's most fundamental promise kept. Each of these signals has been arriving since the session's beginning. Each arriving signal has been adding to the accumulated evidence the threat response system has been receiving. Each piece of accumulated evidence has been incrementally below the awareness in the specific evidence threshold by evidence threshold quality of the genuine nervous system update, moving the threat assessment toward the step down. The jaw's first slight softening was the first visible expression of the update's beginning. The shoulder's first slight lowering was the second. The breath's first slight slowing was the third. Feel what the accumulated update has produced right now. The jaw softer than the session's beginning, not at the session's eventual full softness, specifically softer. The specific several degrees of softness quality of the jaw that has received several sections worth of the shelter's accumulated safety signal and has responded with the honest, proportional, evidence commensurate degree of releasing. The managed quality that the ordinary world maintains in the jaw, the specific expression calibrated social performance of the jaw's maintained tension has been receiving the counter-evidence of the shelter's private dark and the fire's non-assessing warmth. and the rain's acoustic safety. For the accumulated duration of the session, the jaw has offered the degree of releasing this counter-evidence warrants. The shoulders, lower than the session's beginning, the specific posture-releasing, brace-reducing quality of the shoulders that have received the cave walls enclosure signal, the walls on every available side, reducing the number of approach directions the shoulders' elevation is maintained against. The shoulders that have been braced fractionally and below the awareness, against the always possible approach of the always possible threat in the ordinary world's open, every direction available environment, are beginning to release the brace in the shelter's specific, every direction protected. Only the entrance remains quality. The brace is not fully released. The entrance is still there. The awareness is still present. But it is lower. The breath slower. The rain's rhythm has been providing the pacing, the exhale lengthening slightly with each cycle, as the rain's pink noise fills the available acoustic space with the specific one-off-off patterned, neurologically resonant quality of the sound that the brain approaching the deep sleep most naturally synchronizes with. The breath slower than the session's beginning. The belly participating more than the session's beginning. This is not the complete step down. The complete step down is the session's work, and the session is ahead through every remaining chapter. The body scan that will address every area specifically. The nervous system science that will explain and confirm the mechanism. The deep shelter's most complete acoustic immersion. The identity chapter's honouring of what the activation has cost and what the shelter's safety restores, but the beginning of the step down is real. The shelter's initial signal package has been received. The threat response systems assessment has begun its update. The first degree of the ancient shelter-confirmed, fire-warmed, rain-accompanied step-down is in the body right now. The rain is on the stone above. The fire is at the centre. The walls are everywhere. And the nervous system is beginning, honestly, specifically, physiologically, really, to believe the shelter. The lower body is in the shelter's floor, not resting on the shelter's floor. In it, the specific weight given, pressure distributed, every contact point receiving quality of the lower body that has surrendered its full weight to the ancient surface beneath it. The feet, the calves, the backs of the thighs, the hips, each area pressed into the floor with the specific gravity obeying, nothing maintaining the lift quality of the body that has given the weight completely and is receiving the floor's specific, ancient, always been here for this quality in return. Begin at the feet. The feet are the body's most fundamental contact with the ground, the surfaces through which the body has been relating to the earth through every standing and walking hour of the ordinary day. The feet that have been navigating the ordinary world surfaces, the hard, flat, ungoving quality of the built environment's floors, are on the shelter floor now, the specific, slightly giving, ancient shelter floor quality of the surface beneath the soles, the heels pressing into the floor with the full weight of the legs, the pressure at the heels, weight accepted quality of the feet that have stopped navigating and have started receiving. The feet are warm. The fire's warmth, the specific radiant front-facing quality of the fire's heat that has been warming the body's forward-facing surface, has been reaching the feet surfaces to the degree that the feet's position and the fire's distance allow. But there is a different warmth in the feet right now that is not the fire's radiant warmth. It is the warmth of the returning circulation, the specific peripheral vasodilation quality of the warmth that arrives in the extremities when the threat response system's peripheral vasoconstriction begins its releasing. The threat response's sympathetic activation maintains a specific peripheral vasoconstriction quality of the circulation, drawing the blood toward the large muscles of the core and the limbs that the fight-or-flight response requires, keeping the peripheral tissue slightly less supplied than the resting state provides. The shelter's step-down is releasing this vasoconstriction. The feet are receiving the circulation's return, not in the dramatic, immediately noticeable way of the sudden warmth, but in the specific, gradual, this is more available than it was quality of the peripheral warmth advancing from the session's beginning to the present moment. The feet warmer than the session began. The warmth, real and physiologically honest and produced by the shelter's accumulated safety signal advancing the step down that advances the parasympathetic activation, that advances the peripheral vasodilation, that returns the circulation to the feet. The rain is audible at the feet's level. This is the specific floor level, lower in the room than the ear's quality of the rain's sound received by the body's lowest available position. The rain's acoustic quality changes slightly with height. The reflected sound from the floor level different from the reflected sound at the ear level. The specific floor-adjacent quality of the rain's reverberation, slightly more bass-heavy, slightly more resonant. The large wavelength components of the pink noise more present at the floor level than at the standing height. The feet and the legs are receiving the rain sound at the most bass-heavy, most deep, most neurologically resonant available level of the shelter's acoustic environment. The legs settling, the calves pressed into the floor with the full weight of the lower leg. The specific long muscle, calf-to-floor contact quality of the legs given completely to the surface beneath. The calves that have been carrying the body's weight in motion through every walking hour of the ordinary day are still now not maintaining the ready-to-move qualities of the ambulatory muscle, but simply resting in the floors, receiving the specific decompressing, no longer bearing weight quality of the calf muscle in the complete horizontal of the shelter floor. The thighs settling, the backs of the thighs, the specific large muscle, posterior surface quality of the thighs pressing into the floor's surface with the full weight of the legs from the hip to the knee. The thighs that have been carrying the body's upright demands through every standing and sitting hour of the ordinary world are receiving the floor now in the specific full surface contact, nothing maintaining the lift quality of the horizontal body given completely to the shelter. The hips settling, the hips, the body's center of gravity, the structural junction between the upper body and the lower body, specific weight-bearing, postural, load-distributing area that carries more of the ordinary world structural demand than any other single area of the body, are given to the floor now, the sacrum pressing into the shelter floor, with the specific weight of the whole upper body quality of the sacrum that is no longer managing the upright posture, the lower back finding its natural curve above the floor's receiving surface, the lumbar spine at the specific, supported, no longer required to hold quality of the spine that has been given the floor's ancient stability beneath it. The rain is steady above, the floor is dry beneath, the lower body is heavy, not the heaviness of exhaustion, the specific weight given, shelter received, fire warmed, rain accompanied heaviness of the lower body that has accepted the shelter's floor as the most ancient available receiving surface and has given to it completely. The step down is in the lower body now, specific, real. The feet warmer, the calves released, the thighs heavy, the hips given, the whole lower body in the shelter's floor, as completely as the accumulated signals have made available. The rain continues above. The lower body is in the shelter's floor, not resting on the shelter's floor. In it, the specific weight given, pressure distributed, every contact point receiving quality of the lower body that has surrendered its full weight to the ancient surface beneath it. The feet, the calves, the backs of the thighs, the hips, each area pressed into the floor with the specific gravity obeying, nothing maintaining the lift quality of the body that has given the weight completely and is receiving the floor's specific, ancient, always been here for this quality in return. Begin at the feet. The feet are the body's most fundamental contact with the ground, the surfaces through which the body has been relating to the earth through every standing and walking hour of the ordinary day. The feet that have been navigating the ordinary world surfaces, the hard, flat, ungoving quality of the built environment's floors, are on the shelter floor now, the specific, slightly giving, ancient shelter floor quality of the surface beneath the soles, the heels pressing into the floor with the full weight of the legs, the pressure at the heels, weight accepted quality of the feet that have stopped navigating and have started receiving. The feet are warm. The fire's warmth, the specific radiant front-facing quality of the fire's heat that has been warming the body's forward-facing surface, has been reaching the feet surfaces to the degree that the feet's position and the fire's distance allow. But there is a different warmth in the feet right now that is not the fire's radiant warmth. It is the warmth of the returning circulation, the specific peripheral vasodilation quality of the warmth that arrives in the extremities when the threat response system's peripheral vasoconstriction begins its releasing. The threat response's sympathetic activation maintains a specific peripheral vasoconstriction quality of the circulation, drawing the blood toward the large muscles of the core and the limbs that the fight or flight response requires, keeping the peripheral tissue slightly less supplied than the resting state provides. The shelter's step down is releasing this vasoconstriction. The feet are receiving the circulation's return, not in the dramatic, immediately noticeable way of the sudden warmth, but in the specific, gradual, this is more available than it was quality of the peripheral warmth, advancing from the session's beginning to the present moment. The feet warmer than the session began. The warmth, real and physiologically honest and produced by the shelter's accumulated safety signal, advancing the step down that advances the parasympathetic activation, that advances the peripheral vasodilation, that returns the circulation to the feet. The rain is audible at the feet's level. This is the specific floor level, lower in the room than the ear's quality of the rain's sound received by the body's lowest available position. The rain's acoustic quality changes slightly with height. The reflected sound from the floor level different from the reflected sound at the ear level, the specific floor adjacent quality of the rain's reverberation, slightly more bass heavy, slightly more resonant, the large wavelength components of the pink noise more present at the floor level than at the standing height. The feet and the legs are receiving the rain sound at the most bass-heavy, most deep, most neurologically resonant available level of the shelter's acoustic environment. The legs settling, the calves pressed into the floor with the full weight of the lower leg, the specific long muscle, calf to floor contact quality of the legs given completely. to the surface beneath. The calves that have been carrying the body's weight in motion through every walking hour of the ordinary day are still now not maintaining the ready-to-move qualities of the ambulatory muscle, but simply resting in the floors, receiving the specific decompressing, no longer bearing weight quality of the calf muscle in the complete horizontal of the shelter floor. The thighs settling, the backs of the thighs, the specific large muscle, posterior surface quality of the thighs pressing into the floor's surface with the full weight of the legs from the hip to the knee. The thighs that have been carrying the body's upright demands through every standing and sitting-in hour of the ordinary world are receiving the floor now in the specific full surface contact, nothing maintaining the lift quality of the horizontal body given completely to the shelter. The hips settling, the hips, the body's center of gravity, the structural junction between the upper body and the lower body, specific weight-bearing, postural, load-distributing area that carries more of the ordinary world structural demand than any other single area of the body, are given to the floor now, the sacrum pressing into the shelter floor, with the specific weight of the whole upper body quality of the sacrum that is no longer managing the upright posture, the lower back finding its natural curve above the floor's receiving surface, the lumbar spine at the specific, supported, no longer required to hold quality of the spine that has been given the floor's ancient stability beneath it. The rain is steady above, the floor is dry beneath, the lower body is heavy, not the heaviness of exhaustion, the specific weight given, shelter received, fire warmed, rain accompanied heaviness of the lower body that has accepted the shelter's floor as the most ancient available receiving surface and has given to it completely. The step down is in the lower body now, specific, real. The feet warmer, the calves released, the thighs heavy, the hips given, the whole lower body in the shelter's floor, as completely as the accumulated signals have made available. The rain continues above. The day's demands are outside in the rain, not as a metaphor, as the specific spatial shelter-confirmed statement of the relationship between the demands that have been occupying the body through every hour of the ordinary day and the shelter that has put the body on the inside of every available surface while those demands remain in the outside world where the rain is falling on them right now. The meeting that required the shoulders' maintained readiness is outside in the rain. The interaction that required the body's specific performance-appropriate, adequacy-demonstrating posture is outside in the rain. The email and the decision and the navigation of the ordinary day's specific, continuous, social and professional demand quality is outside in the rain. The shelter is not outside. The body is not outside. The shoulders are not required to maintain their readiness for anything that is outside in the rain. This is the shelter's most specific available gift to the shoulders, not the physical comfort of lying down, which every lying down surface provides, but the specific demand location changed, the demands air outside and you air inside quality of the shelter that puts the body in a categorically different relationship to the demands than the ordinary room's lying down provides. The ordinary room contains the demands. The device is in the room, the thoughts about tomorrow are in the room, the ordinary world's demands are accessible from the ordinary room in the specific, quite always available, never quite behind a barrier quality of the connected ordinary world adjacent modern sleep environment. The cave does not contain the demands. The demands are outside. The rain is on them. The shelter is not. Feel what this means for the shoulders right now. The shoulders have been elevated through the ordinary day, not dramatically elevated. The specific, below the awareness, postural, day-accumulated quality of the elevation that the ordinary world's demands produce in the shoulders of the person navigating those demands. The anticipatory bracing, the specific, shoulders raised fractionally, ready for what comes next quality of the shoulders in the demand-containing environment. The social performance's postural component, the specific, presented, adequacy demonstrating shoulder position of the body in the observed social situation. The professional environment's postural requirement, the specific, upright, competent, performing at the required level quality of the shoulder position that the ordinary day's professional demands produce. All of this is the demand's expression in the shoulders, and the demand is outside. The shelter has put the demand outside in the rain, and the body inside in the fire's warmth. The shoulders that have been maintaining the demand's postural expression are being given the specific first-time toe day. The demand is genuinely not here quality of the shelter's location. The bracing can release by the degree that the accumulated evidence, the cave walls on every side, the fire at the center, the rain on every outside surface, the floor dry beneath, has produced in the threat response system's revised assessment. The shoulders are falling. Not dramatically, in the specific degree by degree evidence commensurate quality of the shoulder release that the shelter's accumulated safety signal has produced. The trapezius muscles, the specific yoke-shaped neck to shoulder blade, postural load-carrying muscles that the ordinary day's demands have been keeping at an elevated tone, releasing their elevation by the honest, proportional sessions worth of evidence degree that the shelter's accumulated signal has earned, the shoulders finding a position lower than any position they occupied through the ordinary day's standing, or sitting, or performing, not the fully released position, the specifically lower position that the current degree of the step-down has produced. The arms are heavy along the sides, the specific, no longer holding quality of the arms that have been performing their gesture management through every social interaction of the day, the arms that have been aware of themselves in the social situations, monitoring the naturalness of the gesture, managing the expression of the hands, participating in the specific semi-conscious social performance quality of the arm and hand positions that the ordinary social world requires, are simply heavy now, not performing, not monitoring, simply the weight of the arms along the sides of the body pressed into the shelter floor. The rain is audible at the shoulder level, the specific mid-height between floor and ceiling quality of the rain's acoustic environment received at the shoulder level, the rain's reflected sound from the walls arriving at the shoulder level in the specific side-coming horizontally distributed quality of the lateral wall reflections. The shoulders in the rain sound from the sides, the left wall's reflection and the right's reflection arriving at the shoulders with a specific surrounding, not from one direction quality of the cave's acoustic distribution. The fire's warmth is on the front of the shoulders, the specific front-facing slightly below. The face quality of the fire's warmth arriving at the shoulders' front surfaces. The deltoids and the upper chest receiving the fire's radiant warmth at the level below the direct face warmth. The warmth at the shoulders confirming the fire is still here. The shelter is still held. The demands are still outside. The shoulders do not need to brace against anything available inside the shelter's walls. The shoulders lower, the arms heavy, the hands open on the floor, the palms receiving the shelter floor's specific, dry, ancient quality beneath them. The day's demands are in the rain. The shoulders are in the shelter. The difference is the whole of what the shelter provides. The fire is looking at the face, not literally, in the specific warmth and light-directed front-facing quality of the fire's output that is most concentrated in the direction that faces the fire's source. The fire produces its warmth and its light outward from the center in all available directions. But the body between the fire and the entrance is in the fire's most directly available warmth and light path. The specific front of the body quality of the fire's radiant heat arriving most completely at every surface that faces the cave's center. The face is the highest of those surfaces. The face receives the fire's warmth and light more directly and more completely than any other surface of the body in the shelter's standard position. The fire sees only the face, not with awareness, with warmth. The specific, non-assessing, non-monitoring, non-evaluating quality of the warmth that the fire produces, regardless of the expression the face is making. The fire's warmth does not arrive differently on a face that is performing the social ease than it arrives on a face that is privately, rawly, without performance whatever it is. The fire does not distinguish between the managed face and the private face. The fire warms what faces it, consistently, evenly, without judgment and without assessment, and without the specific expression evaluating quality of the human observer, whose potential presence produces the performance. There are no human observers in the shelter tonight, only the fire. And the fire is not watching. This is the face's most specific available release, not the instruction to relax the jaw, or the direction to smooth the forehead, or the invitation to soften the expression, the removal of the condition that produces the expression's maintenance. The observer is absent. The performance has no audience. The face can be whatever it actually is right now in the fire's warmth, because the fire is not watching in the way that produces the watching appropriate expression. What is the face right now? Not the performed version, the actual version. The forehead that the day's concentrated attention has been keeping in the specific, slightly furrowed, effort indicating quality of the forehead that is working. The forehead that is not working now. The fire's warmth on the forehead producing the specific, warmth-receiving, not working quality of tissue that has released its effort, expression, because the effort is not currently required, and the fire's warmth has arrived in the space where the effort was, the space between the brows, the specific, concentration holding, concern expressing, effort signaling area between the eyebrows that the ordinary world's demands have been keeping in their characteristic expression through every concentrated and concerned and effortful hour. The fire's warmth in this area, the specific forehead-centered warmth-arriving quality of the fire's heat, reaching the specific, small, between the brows area that carries the most concentrated expression of the day's accumulated effort, the warmth arriving there, and the effort expression becoming unnecessary. Not because the concern has been resolved, because the shelter has made the concern's expression unnecessary. The concern is outside in the rain. The forehead is inside in the fire's warmth. The eyes are resting behind their closed lids. The specific, not performing, not monitoring, not calibrating quality of the eyes that are closed in the shelter's darkness, and the fire's amber through the eyelids' warmth. The eyes that have been performing the appropriate level of eye contact through every social interaction of the day. The specific, socially calibrated, not too much, not too little quality of the eye contact that the social performance requires, are behind their lids now, simply resting, the fire's amber warmth reaching through the closed lids as the specific warm amber, not alarming quality of the firelight perceived through the eyelid's thin tissue, warm, present, not requiring the eyes to open. The jaw. The jaw deserves its own specific attention, because the jaw is the body's most densely held area in the ordinary day's social and professional demands. The jaw that manages the expression, the jaw that controls the voice's quality, the jaw that is the face's most actively maintained social structure, the specific, masticatory, vocal, expressive musculature of the jaw, keeping the specific, managed, performance-appropriate quality of the jaw expression through every social moment of every ordinary day. The fire's warmth on the jaw is specific. The specific warmth at the jaw-level quality of the fire's radiant heat, arriving at the jaw's surface, the masseter muscles on either side of the face receiving the warmth, the jaw's surface temperature rising to the fire's optimal distance contribution, the warmth arriving at the masseter and the warmth arriving at the temporalis and the warmth arriving at the pterygoids. The specific, if a jaw muscle, expression-brooding musculature receiving the fire's warmth in the shelter's complete privacy. The jaw is softening, not through instruction, through the removal of the instruction's necessity. The performance has no audience. The fire is not assessing the jaw's expression quality. The rain is not monitoring whether the jaw is maintaining the appropriate social expression. The cave walls are not evaluating the jaw's adequacy. The jaw is in the fire's warmth, in the shelter's complete privacy, with no observer present, and no performance required, and no expression needed. The jaw is doing what the jaw does when nothing is required of it. It is soft, not managed toward softness, simply soft, the specific, private, fire-warmed. No performance required quality of the jaw that has been given, the one thing the ordinary world cannot provide. The complete absence of the observer, whose potential assessment produces the expression's maintenance. The fire is warm on the private face. The rain is on everything outside. The face is here, private, warm, unrequired. Simply the face, in the fire's warmth, in the shelter's dark. Now the whole shelter around the whole body at once. The awareness expanding from the specific, section by section, one area at a time quality of the body scans, sequential movement to the single, simultaneous, whole body in the whole shelter quality of the expanded awareness that takes in every area and every element together, not moving from the feet to the belly to the shoulders to the face, containing all of them at once. The way the body is a whole, rather than a collection of parts. The way the shelter surrounds a whole, rather than individual areas. The lower body in the floor. The feet warm with the returning circulation and pressed into the ancient shelter floor. The legs heavy with the weight-given quality of the body that has surrendered the maintaining. The hips settled into the floor's deep, ancient, accumulated quality. The lower body in the shelter floor, as completely as the session's accumulated work, has made available, warmer than the session began, heavier than the ordinary world, was allowing, more completely received by the surface beneath it than any surface of the ordinary world provides. The belly soft in the rain's rhythm. The breath slower than the session began. The diaphragm moving through a larger range. The belly participating with the fuller breath in the specific, rain-paced, naturally arrived at that quality of the breath that has found the rain's rhythm without being directed toward it. The belly soft in the exhale, the chest wider in the inhale. The heart at the lower rate inside the widened chest. All of this happening in the belly and chest territory of the body as the continuous, self-sustaining, rain-accompanied breath continues through every cycle. The shoulders lower than the day required, the arms heavy along the sides, the hands open on the floor, the demands outside in the rain and the shoulders released from the demands postural expression by thee that the shelter's accumulated evidence has produced, the specific lower than the ordinary day quality of the shoulders in the shelter, not fully released but genuinely lower, the brace rigid by the honest, evidence proportional degree that the cave walls and the fire and the rains outside your inside quality have together produced, the face private in the fire's warmth, the forehead smooth in the no performance quality of the face that has no observer, the jaw soft in the fire's warmth and the shelter's privacy, the eyes resting behind their lids, in the amber through the eyelids quality of the firelight at the shelter's quiet depth, the face that the ordinary world has never seen, the specific, private, fire-warmed, unwatched, unrequired face of the person in the most ancient available shelter, the whole body, in the whole shelter, the rain outside in every direction simultaneously, above, to the sides, ahead through the entrance, on the ground beyond the dry floor, the fire inside at the centre, warm, amber, steady, maintained, the cave walls everywhere, the rain is not, the specific, stone, every surface present quality of the enclosure that holds the body from every direction, except the single monitored entrance, the floor dry beneath, the ceiling present above, and the body between all of these, inside the shelter's complete surround, inside the rain's complete acoustic environment, inside the fire's complete thermal environment, inside the cave's complete enclosure, the body at the intersection of every element, held from every direction by the most ancient available human shelter, while the most ancient available rainfall provides the most neurologically resonant available acoustic environment. The body scan is complete. Every area has been through its shelter element. The lower body through the floor's ancient stability, the belly and chest through the rain's rhythm and the fire's warmth, the shoulders and arms through the demand is outside reframing, the face and jaw through the fire's non-assessing private warmth. Every area genuinely different from the session's beginning, not transformed, genuinely, honestly, attending to the body, conferenceable different, the feet warmer, the belly softer, the shoulders lower, the face private, the breath slower, the heart at the lower rate. All of this produced by the shelter's accumulated signal package working through every section of the body scan, the rain and the fire and the cave walls, each contributing their specific mechanism appropriate quality to the whole body's step down from the ordinary world's activation to the shelter's ancient healing. The shelter has done its first complete pass of the body, and the body has done its first complete receiving of the shelter. The science is ahead. The specific, physiologically grounded, warmly explained account of what the rain's pink noise and the fire's amber light and the cave's enclosure are each doing to the nervous system's most fundamental regulatory systems. The deep shelter is ahead, the rain at its most complete, the shelter at its most enclosed, the nervous system healing at its most advanced. The identity chapter is ahead, the cost of the activation named, and the shelter's gift of the return named with it. All of it ahead. But right now, this. The whole body in the whole shelter, the rain outside, the fire inside, the cave walls everywhere, the body between them all, held. The rain has been doing something specific to the brain, not in the general sense in which pleasant sounds are generally associated with relaxation. In the specific, frequency-dependent, neurologically precise sense of a sound whose spectral characteristics engage the brain's own electrical activity patterns through the specific resonance-adjacent pattern-matching quality of two systems that are operating in the same spectral language. The rain outside the shelter and the brain inside the body are speaking to each other right now through the specific shared one-patterned language that they have always shared, the rain producing its acoustic version and the brain producing its electrical version, and the two patterns finding each other across the specific ear to auditory cortex to brainstem to thalamus to cortex pathway that the auditory system uses to carry the sound's information into the brain's deepest available processing. The one-off pattern is specific and it deserves its specific account. In any system, acoustic, electrical, biological, that produces a 1F pattern, the relationship between frequency of the oscillation and the power of the oscillation follows a specific inverse mathematical relationship. The lower the frequency, the higher the power. The higher the frequency, the lower the power. This is not the white noise pattern. White noise has equal power at every frequency, which produces the specific, flat, spectrally uniform quality of the unfiltered, every frequency equally present sound. And it is not the brown noise pattern. Brown noise has even more power concentrated at the low frequencies, which produces the specific rumbling, bass-heavy, somewhat undifferentiated quality of the deepest frequency concentrated sound. Pink noise is between them. The one pattern of pink noise produces the specific, warm, rounded, low frequency weighted quality of a sound that has more bass than white noise, but more treble than brown noise. The specific, balanced, naturally occurring spectral distribution that appears across an extraordinary range of natural and biological phenomena. The rainfall, the ocean waves, the wind through trees, the human heartbeat's interbeat intervals, the electrical activity of the human brain during waking and sleeping. All of these follow the one-FOF pattern in their specific domain, acoustic or electrical or biological, and all of them are therefore spectrally related to each other in the specific pattern sharing, same mathematical language quality of the one-FOF family. The brain's electrical activity during the deep sleep stages follows the one-off pattern most completely. The slow wave sleep, the deep, restorative, most healing available sleep stage, that the properly synchronized, sufficiently melatonin-rich, fully parasympathetically dominant body enters most readily, is characterized by the delta waves. The delta waves are the brain's largest, slowest, most powerful available electrical oscillations, occurring at 1 to 4 cycles per second, carrying the most energy of any available sleep stage electrical pattern distributed across the brain's surface in the specific, synchronized, large-scale, coordinated quality of the brain's deepest available electrical state. The delta wave activity follows the 1/5 pattern, more power at the lowest available frequencies, less at the higher, the large slow waves dominant over the small fast ones. The rain follows the 1F pattern in its acoustic domain. The large-scale acoustic events of the rainfall, the overall level's gradual variations, the occasional heavier gusts contribution, the specific lower frequency, room-filling quality of the rain's bass acoustic energy carry more power than the small-scale acoustic events. The individual droppers high frequency contributions, the fine hiss of the lightest rain, the specific higher frequency, surface-specific sounds of individual drops on specific surfaces. These carry less power than the base-level acoustic energy. The rain spectrum is weighted toward the lower frequency in the same mathematical proportion that the deep sleep brain's electrical spectrum is weighted toward the lower frequencies. The rain and the sleeping brain are in the same spectral family. This is not a coincidence of any mystical quality. It is the specific, mathematically describable, physically real consequence of the fact that both the rain and the sleeping brain are natural systems that produce one-off dynamics through the specific, self-organized, complex system quality of natural phenomena that operate without a central clock or a periodic forcing mechanism. The rain falls without a metronome. The delta waves oscillate without a prescribed rate. Both systems produce the one-off pattern through their own self-organized, complex system dynamics, and the shared pattern means they are operating in the same spectral language. When the brain hears the rain, it is hearing its own deep sleep pattern in acoustic form. The auditory cortex processes the rain's one-off acoustic signal. The auditory cortex's processing engages the thalamic networks that regulate the brain's sleep-wake cycle. The thalamic networks that regulate the sleep-wake-wake cycle receive the one-patterned auditory signal and respond with the specific pattern consistent with the deep sleep state quality of the neural network that recognizes its own pattern in the incoming signal. The rain is speaking the brain's deep sleep language. Right now, the rain on the stone above and around the entrance of the shelters is producing its one acoustic signal, and auditory pathway is carrying that signal into the brain's deepest available processing, and the brain's deepest available processing receiving the signal as consistent electrical state it is being invited toward by the melatonin cascade and the shelter's darkness and the fire's circadian appropriate light. The rain and the brain are agreeing. The deep sleep is where they are both pointing. The fire is doing something specific to the circadian clock, not in the general sense in which warm light is generally considered more sleep compatible than cool light. In the specific, wavelength-dependent, receptor-mediated, melatonin pathway engaging sense of the fire's particular light quality, activating the circadian system's dedicated light-sensing cells in the specific, ancient, designed for exactly this way that the fire's amber wavelength has always activated them. The fire's light is amber, not the warm white of the incandescent bulb or the warm tinted lead of the modern warm light source that approximates but does not replicate the fire's specific color. The fire's amber, the specific, long wavelength, orange to red, adjacent, combustion-produced quality of the light that the oxidation of organic carbon compounds produces in the flame's specific temperature range. The fire burns at approximately 1,700 to 2,000 degrees Kelvin at its visible surface, the specific temperature range that produces the amber color through the black body radiation of the hot combustion products. This temperature range and this color have been the light source of the human shelter since the controlled use of fire became the defining characteristic of the human species' nighttime existence. The circadian system's dedicated light-sensing cells are the intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cell. These specific melanopsin-containing cells in the retina carry the time-of-day signal directly to the suprachiasmatic nucleus, the brain's master circadian clock, through the dedicated retinohypothalamic tract that bypasses the visual cortex. The intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells have a specific sensitivity profile. that peaks at approximately 480 nanometers, the blue-green wavelength range that corresponds to the short wavelength, high-energy portion of the visible spectrum. The fire's amber wavelength is at the opposite end of the visible spectrum from the intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cell's peak sensitivity. The fire's amber light in the 580 to 700 nanometer range produces minimal activation of the melanopsin-containing cells that carry the circadian alert signal to the suprachiasmatic nucleus. The suprachiasmatic nucleus that receives the fire's amber light is receiving a light signal that its dedicated light-sensing cells are barely responding to. A light signal so far from the cell's peak sensitivity that the circadian alert response that the short wavelength blue-white light produces is essentially absent. The melatonin pathway receives this absence as the green light. The suprachiasmatic nucleus that is not receiving the circadian alert signal from the amber light stimulated melanopsin cells is the suprachiasmatic nucleus that is free to run the night program, to release its inhibition of the pineal gland and allow the pineal gland to produce the melatonin that the circadian clock has been trying to produce since the day's light began to dim. The melatonin that the suppressive modern light has been preventing is permitted by the fire's ancient amber. This is why the fire has always been the shelter's light, not because the early humans had no alternative, because the fire's amber wavelength was the only available artificial light source through the full span of the species' fire-using history, and the circadian system evolved in the presence of this light source, and the melatonin pathway adapted to the presence of this light source as the permissive signal rather than the suppressive signal. The fire's amber is not a poor substitute for the darkness that the ideal sleep preparation would require. It is the specific, ancient, always been the shelter's light quality of the one artificial light source that the circadian system has been calibrated to tolerate at night without the melatonin suppression that the short wavelength light produces. The pineal gland is producing melatonin right now. The specific cascade-initiated, circadian clock-permitted, fire-amber light-enabled melatonin production of the pineal gland that has been receiving the permissive signal from the suprachiasmatic nucleus through every minute of the session's fire-lit duration. The melatonin entering the bloodstream from the pineal gland, the melatonin receptors in the brain receiving the rising melatonin level and producing the specific receptor-mediated neuronal firing reduction quality of the melatonin signal at the brain's wake-promoting centers. The sleepiness signal is advancing, not the vague, general time-to-sleep quality of the ordinary evening's tiredness. The specific melatonin receptor-mediated, neuronal firing reducing, wake-state unsupporting quality of the melatonin cascade at the level the fire's amber light has been permitting through the full duration of the session. The slightly heavy quality behind the eyes is the melatonin rising. The slightly dreamlike quality at the awareness's edges is the sleep cascade beginning. The thoughts arriving with a slightly looser, less linearly connected quality of the thoughts that the hypnagogic state produces is the brain beginning the transition toward the sleep state that the melatonin cascade is initiating. The fire's amber light is doing all of this, not in spite of being a light source in the sleeping environment, because it is the specific ancient circadian system appropriate melatonin permissive light source that the human nervous system has been using as the shelter's nighttime illumination for the full span of the species' fire-using existence. The fire is not compromising the sleep. The fire is enabling it in the specific wavelength appropriate receptor-mediated melatonin pathway permissive way of the most ancient available shelter light doing the most ancient available sleep-enabling work. The amber is on the walls. The melatonin is rising. The fire has always known this. The cave's enclosure is doing something specific to the threat response system, not in the general sense in which enclosed spaces are generally considered more private than open spaces. In the specific evolutionary threat assessment architecture sense of the enclosure that reduces the number of available approach directions that the threat response system's ambient monitoring function must maintain surveillance over, and thereby reduces the activation level that the surveillance requires. The threat response system's ambient monitoring function is specific. It is the specific, below the awareness, continuous, never fully off quality of the nervous system's environmental scanning. The function that keeps some fraction of the available awareness directed toward the monitoring of the surrounding environment for evidence of approaching threat, not the acute threat response of the immediate identified directly present danger, the ambient monitoring of the possibility of threat in the environment, the checking that happens below the conscious threshold but above the zero level, the specific fractional activation level maintaining quality of the nervous system that has never been given a sufficiently enclosed, sufficiently protected, sufficiently every direction covered environment to fully disengage the monitoring. The monitoring has a specific physiological cost, the fraction of the sympathetic nervous system's activation that the ambient monitoring maintains, the specific below dramatic fractional always present quality of the sympathetic activation that the monitoring requires, is the physiological cost of the open or semi-open sleeping environment. The ordinary bedroom's ambient monitoring requirement, the specific every direction potentially open, door available, window available, street noise carrying quality of the modern sleeping environment, keeps the threat response system's ambient monitoring at a specific, above zero, never fully disengaged level through every sleeping hour. The cave's enclosure reduces this monitoring requirement specifically. Here is the specific architecture of the reduction. The cave has walls on 3 sides and behind. The walls are stone, not the permeable, sound-conducting, visually opaque but acoustically transparent quality of the modern room's walls, but the specific, geologically solid, sound-absorbing, visually and acoustically impermeable quality of the ancient stone that the rain cannot penetrate and the wind cannot move, and no available threat can pass through without the specific noise-producing, stone-disrupting effort that the shelter's interior would immediately detect. The approach directions that the stone walls eliminate are specific. From behind, the stone wall at the cave's back is the most complete available elimination of the approach direction that the threat response system most specifically cannot monitor from the front-facing, fire-facing, entrance-watching position of the sheltered body. The back is covered, not partially covered, completely covered by the geological mass of the ancient stone. From the sides, the stone walls on either side eliminate the lateral approach directions. The threat cannot come from the left through solid stone. The threat cannot come from the right through solid stone. The lateral monitoring, the specific side awareness quality of the nervous system that the open environment requires, is released by the stone walls' complete elimination of the lateral approach possibility. From above, The stone ceiling eliminates the overhead approach direction, the specific above awareness quality of the ambient monitoring. The fractional attention to the possibility of the overhead approach is released by the geological mass of the ancient stone above. This leaves the entrance, the single remaining approach direction. The cave's opening ahead through which the rain's falling, and the fire's light is reaching, and the night air is carrying the specific rain and smoke quality of the shelter's immediate exterior. The entrance is the one direction from which an approach is architecturally possible, and the entrance is the most monitored available approach direction in the shelter's entire offensive architecture, lit by the fire, covered by the rain's visual obscuration of the open night, positioned at the forward-facing end of the sheltered body's natural attention direction. The single approach direction is the most visible available approach direction. The threat response system's ambient monitoring has been reduced by the stone walls and the stone and the stone floor and the ancient geological mass of the shelter's complete enclosure. From the every direction, nothing is covered, always something to monitor quality of the open or semi-open environment to the single direction. This is the only possible approach. The fire lights it quality of the enclosed shelter's monitoring requirement. The reduction in the monitoring requirement is the reduction in the sympathetic activation the monitoring requires. The sympathetic activation that has been maintaining the fractional every direction ambient monitoring quality of the ordinary sleeping environment is in the shelter's single approach direction monitored architecture reduced to the specific single direction the fire lights it level of monitoring that requires substantially less sympathetic activation to maintain. This reduction is the step down, not the cognitive decision to feel safe. The architectural elimination of the approach directions that the threat response system was monitoring. The threat response system's ambient monitoring reduces, not because it has been convinced to reduce, but because the environment has genuinely reduced the number of available approach directions that the monitoring is responsible for covering. 3 walls and a ceiling and a floor have covered every direction except one. The fire covers the one remaining direction with its light. The threat response system's ambient monitoring has been given what it has never been given in the ordinary sleeping environment. The architectural evidence that the monitoring can reduce because the environment has covered the directions that the monitoring was covering. The step down is real. The cave made it real. The stone walls and the geological mass and the single entrance lit by the fire made the step down real in the specific architectural approach direction eliminating way that the nervous system's most ancient monitoring function responds to. The cave is the most effective available threat response disengaging sleeping architecture. The 3 elements are working together right now, not sequentially, simultaneously. The rain's pink noise and the fire's amber light, and the cave's enclosure, each doing their specific, mechanism appropriate, nervous system address work, at the same time, in the same body, through the same nervous system that is receiving all 3 signals together as the single, integrated, complete shelter signal package that the most ancient available healing environment provides. The rain is speaking to the brain's electrical patterns. The 1F acoustic signal of the rainfall entering the auditory pathway and travelling to the brain's deepest available processing. The thalamic networks, the cortical oscillators, the specific neural circuits that regulate the sleep-wake transition, and being received as the pattern consistent deep sleep language signal that the brain's own delta wave activity produces in its electrical domain. The brain being told, in its own spectral language, that the acoustic environment is consistent with the deep sleep state. The brain's transition toward that state being supported by the environmental consistency of the rain's 1FOF signal. The fire's amber is speaking to the melatonin pathway, the long wavelength, low melanopsin stimulating, circadian alert absent quality of the fire's light being received by the intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells at the minimum available activation level. The cells that carry the circadian alert signal to the suprachiasmatic nucleus, producing the minimum available signal because the fire's amber wavelength is the furthest available from their peak sensitivity. The suprachiasmatic nucleus receiving the minimum available circadian alert signal and releasing its inhibition of the pineal gland. The pineal gland producing the melatonin that the released inhibition permits. The melatonin entering the bloodstream and rising toward the sleep-initiating level. The cave's enclosure is speaking to the threat response system. The stone walls eliminating the lateral and posterior approach directions from the ambient monitoring's requirement. The stone ceiling eliminating the overhead approach direction. The single remaining entrance lit by the fire and covered by the rain, and positioned at the natural attention forward direction of the sheltered body. The ambient monitoring's every direction requirement reduced to the single direction requirement of the enclosed shelter. The sympathetic activation that the ambient monitoring was maintaining reduced by the degree. The architectural elimination of the approach directions warrants all three simultaneously. The nervous system receiving the complete, integrated, every channel signal package of the most ancient available healing environment. The acoustic channel and the optical channel and the proprioceptive and spatial channel all delivering the same fundamental message from their different mechanistic directions. The shelter is held, the night is safe, the healing can proceed. Feel what the complete, integrated, three-channel signal is producing right now. The brain's electrical activity moving toward the 1F pattern of the deep sleep stage. The delta wave oscillation being supported by the rain's spectral consonance. The thalamic regulation of the sleep-wake transition, receiving the rain's pattern-consistent signal as the confirming acoustic evidence of the sleep state's appropriateness. The melatonin at the highest level of the session. The pineal gland having been producing melatonin since the fire's amber light, replaced the modern environment's melatonin suppressive light. The melatonin level building through every minute of the session's fire-lit duration. The sleep cascade being initiated and advanced by the rising melatonin's interaction with the receptors in the brain's wake-promoting centers. The threat response system's ambient monitoring at the lowest available level of the session. The cave's architectural elimination of the approach directions having been accumulating its effect through every section of the session. The sympathetic activation that the monitoring was requiring having been reduced by the cumulative section-by-section advance of the step-down that the shelter's enclosure produces. The parasympathetic activation at the highest available level of the session. The heart rate at the lowest available level of the session. The breath at the slowest, most complete, most belly-involved available level of the session. The melatonin rising. The delta wave oscillation beginning its approach. The threat response monitoring at its shelter minimum. This is the complete, three-channel, integrated, whole-system nervous system healing that the title promises. Not metaphorical healing. the specific, physiologically real, mechanism grounded, attending to the body conservable healing of the nervous system that has been given the three specific, ancient, each channel appropriate signals that the most complete available healing environment provides. The rain is outside, the fire is inside, the cave walls are everywhere, and the nervous system is receiving what it has always been designed to receive in this environment. The healing that the ancient shelter in the ancient rain with the ancient fire has always provided for the human nervous system that evolved inside exactly this combination of sounds and warmth and enclosure. The healing is happening right now, in this body, in this shelter, with every breath that synchronizes with the rain, with every amber-lit moment that the melatonin rises, with every stone-walled direction that the monitoring releases. All of it real, all of it now. The rain is deepening, not dramatically, in the specific, gradual, within the moderate range quality of the rainfall that has been falling steadily since the session began, and that is now finding its fullest available expression within the range that the shelter confidently and completely manages. Not the storm's escalation, the moderate rainfall's fullest available expression. The rain at its most complete, within the range of the sustained manageable shelter-confirmed rainfall that the ancient shelter has always been built to hold against. The difference between the rain at the session's beginning and the rain right now is the difference between the rain that has just arrived at its pace and the rain that is at its pace's fullest sustainable expression. Heavier by the specific within the range, the shelter is managing it completely degree that the deepening provides. The shelter is managing it completely. This is the most important quality of the deepening, the rain deepening within the range, that the shelter's specific, ancient stone and overhang architecture manages without effort and without any change in the shelter's interior quality. The rain heavier outside, the shelter drier inside. The rain louder on the stone above, the shelter warmer and more enclosed inside. The deepening of the rain is the deepening of the evidence that the shelter is doing its most fundamental work. The heavier the rain outside, the more complete the shelter's demonstration of its protection. The fuller the rain's expression, the more fully the shelter's answer to the rain's challenge is confirmed. The acoustic environment is deepening with the rain. The pink noise that has been filling the shelter's acoustic space through every section of the session is at its most complete expression now. The rain at its fullest available moderate intensity, producing the most fully expressed 1 Fef acoustic signal available within the shelter's acoustic environment. The base quality of the rain's acoustic energy, the specific low frequency, room filling, bone resonant quality of the rain's largest scale acoustic events, more present now than at the session's beginning. The rain on the stone overhang above the entrance producing its specific hard surface percussive quality at the fuller intensity. The rain on the ground outside the entrance producing its specific earth surface absorbing quality at the fuller intensity. The rain running off the overhang's edge and falling to the pool that has formed outside, producing its specific water-on-water, lower frequency quality at the fuller intensity. All of these layers of the rain's acoustic expression at their most complete simultaneously. The shelter's reverberant quality is carrying the fuller rain to every direction. The stone walls receiving the fuller rain sound at the entrance and distributing it through the shelter's interior in the specific multi-reflected arrival from every direction quality of the cave's acoustic architecture at the fuller signal level. The rain coming from ahead, the direct entrance quality, front source arrival. The rain coming from the sides, the wall reflected, side arrival, slightly delayed quality of the sound that has bounced from the left wall and the right wall before reaching the ears. The rain coming from above, the ceiling reflected quality of the sound that has travelled to the ceiling and returned. The rain coming from behind, the back wall reflected quality of the sound that has travelled the full length of the shelter's interior before returning. The rain in every direction simultaneously at its fullest available moderate expression. The body is receiving this not as a described acoustic environment, but as the specific attending to the sound, present moment quality of the body that is inside the rain's fullest available acoustic surround. The rain is not a sound that is happening near the body. It is the acoustic environment the body is inside of. Every direction of the available acoustic space is the rain at its most complete. The ordinary sounds, the ordinary room's ordinary sounds, the ordinary evening's ordinary ambient noise are not present. The rain has replaced them entirely with the specific, natural, non-threatening, not requiring a response, one pattern quality of the rainfall in the stone shelter at its most complete available expression. The brain is receiving the most complete available one signal, the auditory pathway carrying the rain's fullest available acoustic signal to the brain's deepest available processing. The thalamic networks and the cortical oscillators receiving the most complete available version of the pattern-consistent, deep sleep language signal that the rain provides. The brain's transition toward the delta wave oscillation of the deep sleep stage being supported by the most complete available environmental consonance of the rain's fullest expression. The melatonin is at its highest level of the session, the fire's amber light continuing its melatonin permissive work through the deepening rain's duration. The pineal gland, having been producing melatonin since the session began, and the melatonin level having been rising through every amber lit minute. At the session's deepest available point, the melatonin is at the highest level that the session's accumulated fire-lit duration has produced, the sleep cascade being initiated at the most complete available level. The threat response monitoring at its session minimum, the cave's architectural elimination of the approach directions having accumulated its full available effect through every section of the session. The ambient monitoring's sympathetic activation requirement at the lowest level the shelter's enclosure produces, everything at its most complete. The rain deepening, the shelter holding, the healing at its most advanced available expression. Every dimension of the rain is present simultaneously. The rain is not a single sound. It is a layered, multi-surface, every source contributing acoustic environment that the stone shelter's specific architecture makes available in its most complete form. Each source of the rain sound is distinct and specific and available to the attending awareness as its own contribution to the whole, and the whole, received simultaneously with all its sources present together, is the most complete available acoustic environment that the natural world provides for the sleeping nervous system. The overhang above the entrance is the loudest available source. The stone overhang, the specific horizontal cave ceiling, extending quality of the rock that projects above the cave's entrance and provides the shelter's first line of protection from the rain's direct fall, is receiving the rain's fullest available impact. The rain falling from the height of the open sky and arriving at the horizontal stone surface of the overhang produces the specific impact energy, hard surface, percussive quality of water at terminal velocity meeting unyielding stone. Not a single identifiable impact. The continuous overlapping thousands of individual impacts per second quality of the sustained moderate rainfall on a horizontal stone surface. The sound is dense and continuous and has the specific base-weighted hard surface quality of the stone overhang's acoustic signature. This is the closest available source of the rain's sound, the most direct, most immediate, most present quality of the rain above. The ground outside the entrance is the second source, the earth outside the shelter's threshold. The specific, soil and grass, organic absorbing quality of the natural ground receiving the rainfall that has passed the overhang's edge and is falling unobstructed to the earth beyond the shelter floor's dry boundary. The sound of rain on earth is different from the sound of rain on stone. The specific, lower frequency, more absorbing, impact, energy dissipating quality of the rain on the soft, organic, water receiving surface of the natural ground, less percussive than the overhang's hard surface, more diffuse, the specific earthen, absorbed quality of the rain that has found the ground rather than the rock. The pool that has formed outside the entrance is the third source, the accumulated rainfall that has been collecting in the low ground immediately outside the shelter's threshold. The specific pool surface, water-on-water quality of the ongoing rain falling into the standing water that the sustained rainfall has produced. Rain on water is the most distinctive available rainfall sound. The specific, each drop producing a ring, the ring expanding and overlapping with adjacent rings, the continuous surface disturbance quality of the rain on the pool's surface. The sound is lighter than rain on stone and softer than rain on earth, and more complex in its surface, each drop's impact producing the specific splash and ring combination that no other rain surface produces. The trees, if the entrance's view includes trees at the forest edge or the overhang sides, are the fourth source. The rain intercepted by the leaves and branches of the trees at the shelter's immediate exterior. The specific leaf impact, branch drip, irregular accumulation and release quality of the rain mediated through the tree's canopy. The leaf surface collecting the rain in the specific accumulation quality of the concave leaf, receiving the rain's drops, and then releasing the accumulated water, the specific drip off the leaf edge quality of the water that has exceeded the leaf's retention capacity. The trees producing the specific, irregular, larger drop, more spaced quality of the accumulated and released rainfall that is distinct from the continuous, fine rain falling directly from the sky. All of these sources present simultaneously the overhang's percussive density above, the earth's absorbed softness ahead and down, the pool's complex surface disturbance ahead, the tree's irregular accumulation and release at the entrance's sides, and all of these reflected from the cave's interior surfaces in the specific multi-reflected arrival from every direction quality of the stone shelter's reverberant acoustic architecture. The rain from the overhang reflected from the back wall arriving from behind. The rain from the earth reflected from the side walls arriving from the sides. The rain from the pool reflected from the ceiling arriving from above. All of the rain's sources, all of their direct arrivals, all of their reflected arrivals, present simultaneously in the shelter's interior as the most complete available expression of the rainfall heard from inside the stone enclosure. The one for signal at its most complete, the frequency distribution at its most balanced, the base of the overhang's hard surface impact, the mid-range of the Earth's absorbed impact, the complex high-frequency content of the pool's surface disturbance, the irregular low-frequency contribution of the tree's accumulated release, together producing the most complete available expression of the pink noise spectrum, the brain receiving the most complete available version of its own deep sleep spectral language. Be inside this sound right now, not hearing it from outside, inside it. The awareness not positioned at a distance from the rain's acoustic environment, but within it. In every direction, the awareness at the center of the rain's complete surround. The sound, the total available acoustic environment rather than an element of it. The rain is not happening near you. The rain is happening around you. You are inside the rain's most complete available expression of the most ancient available healing sound. The shelter is holding. The rain is everything. The body is doing extraordinary work right now. Not the effortful work of the technique or the disciplined work of the practice or the concentrated work of the deliberately maintained focus. The specific, self-directing, below the awareness, intelligently proceeding work of the biological organism that has been given the specific multi-channel, every mechanism appropriate signals of the most complete available healing environment, and is running the ancient healing programs that these signals have always triggered. The brain's electrical activity is approaching the deep sleep pattern. The thalamic networks that regulate the sleep-wake transition are receiving the most complete available version of the rain's 1FUF acoustic signal and are responding with the specific thalamic oscillation pattern quality of the neural networks that are being entrained toward the sleep state by the most neurologically resonant available natural acoustic signal. The thalamic oscillation, the specific sleep spindle, and K-complex and delta wave producing quality of the thalamic networks during the sleep transition is being supported by the rain's F signals spectral consonance with the brain's own deep sleep electrical pattern. The delta wave activity is beginning its approach, not the full, established, deeply in the slow wave sleep quality of the delta waves at their most complete expression. The beginning of the approach, the specific, transitional, beginning to emerge quality of the delta oscillation in the brain's electrical activity as the sleep transition proceeds from the wake states, alpha and beta oscillations through the transitional theta activity toward the deep sleep's delta. The brain moving through this transition in the specific melatonin-supported, rain acoustically consonant, shelter-enclosed quality of the most complete available healing environment. The melatonin cascade is at its most advanced. The pineal gland has been producing melatonin since the session's first amber-lit moment. The fire's wavelength appropriate light, permitting the melatonin production that the modern environment's short wavelength light was suppressing, the melatonin level building through every minute of the session's accumulated firelit duration. At the session's deepest available point, the melatonin is at the highest level the session has produced. The melatonin receptors in the brain's wake-promoting centers. The specific MT1 receptor expressing neurons of the suprachiasmatic nucleus and the lateral hypothalamic area are receiving the highest available melatonin signal of the session and reducing their firing rate by the specific receptor occupancy proportional degree that the highest available melatonin signal warrants. The wake state is becoming less supported, not dramatically. Specifically, the specific melatonin receptor-mediated neuronal firing reducing, wake state unsupporting quality of the melatonin cascade at its most advanced expression. the neurons that produce the waking state's characteristic arousal, the histaminergic neurons of the tuberomammillary nucleus, the orexinergic neurons of the lateral hypothalamus, the noradrenergic neurons of the locus coeruleus are receiving the melatonin's inhibitory signal and reducing their activity by the specific inhibitory signal proportional degree, the waking state becoming less actively supported, the sleep state becoming more available by the degree the wake state becomes less supported. The immune system is receiving the shelter's gift. The parasympathetic activation that the shelter's 3-channel signal has been advancing through every section of the session is at its most complete expression. The parasympathetic dominance that the shelter's complete enclosure and the fire's melatonin permissive light and the rain's vaguely resonant acoustic signal have together produced is at its highest available level. The immune system that has been running at the cortisol elevated, sympathetic dominant, maintenance suppressed level of the ordinary day's activation is receiving the parasympathetic dominance's invitation to resume the maintenance functions that the sympathetic state was suppressing. The natural killer cells are becoming more active. The lymphocyte populations that the melatonin directly stimulates through the specific melatonin receptor quality of the immune cells, the NK cells, the T Hooper cells, the specific immune populations that carry melatonin receptors and respond to the rising melatonin with increased activity and count that the melatonin signaled nighttime immune activation producers are receiving the highest available melatonin signal of the session and responding with the honest, proportional melatonin appropriate increase in their activity. The glymphatic system is preparing. The brain's dedicated waste clearance mechanism, the specific cerebrospinal fluid-based, astrocyte-regulated, sleep-dependent glymphatic system that flushes the metabolic waste products of the brain's waking activity through the brain's interstitial space during the deep sleep stages is preparing for its most active available phase. The glymphatic clearance is most complete during the slow wave sleep. The specific delta wave dominant cerebrospinal fluid flow maximizing waste clearance optimal stage that the brain is approaching through the session's accumulated healing work. The brain that has been producing the metabolic residue of the day's cognitive activity, the amyloid beta, the tau proteins, the specific waste products of the neuron's waking metabolism, is approaching the sleep stage in which the glymphatic system will clear these residues most completely. The whole nervous system is oriented toward its most ancient available healing program. Not the management program, the healing program. The specific, ancient, deeply grooved, millions of years evolved program of the biological organism in the most appropriate available healing environment, receiving the most complete available healing signals and running the most complete available healing response. The rain is the signal, the shelter is the condition, the fire is the permission, and the body, this specific, faithful, always doing its best body, is running the program it has always known how to run when the environment has given it what it needs. The healing is real, right now, in this shelter, in this rain. The monitoring mind may still be present. It has been present through every section of the session, attending to the quality of the acoustic environment, evaluating whether the cave's enclosure is adequately established in the visualization, assessing whether the nervous system healing is occurring at the level the descriptions have indicated, measuring the present experience against the claimed effects. The monitoring that the self-aware, analytically inclined, this needs to be real listener, brings to the session the specific, intelligent, honest, direct experience requiring quality of the mind that does not accept described experiences at face value, but needs the body's own confirmation before the described experience can be fully received. This monitoring has been appropriate, and it has been honoured throughout the session. The session was designed to be tracked. The physiological precision and the honest mechanism-specific language have been providing the monitoring mind with real, verifiable, attending to the body conversable data at every point of the session. The monitoring mind has not been generating the anxiety of uncertain guidance that might or might not be doing something. It has been applying its assessment function to the specific, verifiable, honest physiological data that the session has been producing. But here, at the session's deepest available point, in the shelter's most complete available healing environment, with the rain at its fullest expression, and the fire at its steadiest warmth, and the cave's enclosure at its most complete available disengagement of the threat response monitoring. The monitoring mind is being offered something specific, not the instruction to stop monitoring, the specific, honest, data-based completion of the monitoring's assessment function, the result that the monitoring has been working toward through every section of the session, delivered here in the shelter's most complete available healing moment as the final data-supported assessment concluding answer to the monitoring's core question. The core question has been, is the shelter real in the body? Here is the answer. The breath is slower than the session's beginning, directly verifiable by attending to the current breath rate and comparing it to the breath rate at the session's start. The monitoring can confirm the breath has slowed. This is a measurable, directly conservanceable, no inference required confirmation. The jaw is softer than the session's beginning, directly verifiable by attending to the current quality of the jaw's muscular engagement and comparing it to the jaw's quality at the session's start. The monitoring can confirm the jaw is softer. The managed expression quality that the ordinary world maintains has reduced by the attending to the jaw conservanceable degree that the session's accumulated signal has produced. The shoulders are lower than the session's beginning, directly verifiable. The monitoring can confirm the shoulders are lower. The postural elevation of the ordinary day's demands has reduced by the attending to the shoulder position, conservanceable degree. The melatonin is rising, not directly measurable without a blood test, but indirectly confirmable through the attending to the body quality of noticing the slightly heavy quality behind the eyes and the slightly dreamlike quality at the awareness's edges that the melatonin cascade produces as its most immediately felt expression. The monitoring can confirm the heavy behind. The eye's quality is present. The dreamlike quality at the edges is present. The threat response monitoring is reduced, not directly measurable but indirectly confirmable through the attending to the body quality of noticing the current ambient monitoring level compared to the session's beginning. The monitoring can confirm the fractional, every direction, always something to monitor quality of the session's beginning is less present now than it was. The assessment is complete. The shelter is real in the body, confirmed by the breath's slower quality, the jaw's softer quality, the shoulders' lower position, the melatonin's rising expression, the ambient monitoring's reduced level. All of these attending to the body conversable. All of these genuinely different from the session's beginning, all of them in the direction of the healing that the shelter's 3-channel signal has been working to produce. The monitoring mind's assessment function is complete. The result is confirmed. The shelter is real. The healing is real. The monitoring can now do the most intelligent available thing from the position of having just confirmed the session's effects. It can rest, not because it has been asked to suppress itself or because it has failed in its function, because it has succeeded completely in its function. The data has been gathered, the analysis has been performed, the assessment has produced a confirmed result. The monitoring that has been tracking the session has found that the session has worked, that the breath is slower, the jaw is softer, the shoulders are lower, the melatonin is rising, the ambient threat monitoring is reduced. There is nothing left to monitor. The shelter is confirmed. The healing is proceeding. The rain is at its most complete. The fire is at its steadiest. The cave walls are everywhere. The body is in the most complete available healing environment that the session provides. The monitoring can step back into the rain's sound, not the anxious, paused, but ready to resume quality of the monitoring that has been interrupted, the completed, result-delivered, function-fulfilled quality of the monitoring that has finished its work and found the result satisfactory. Simply here, in the shelter, in the rain, at its most complete, in the fire's steadiest available warmth, in the cave wall's most complete available enclosure, the monitoring is done. The healing continues. Without the monitoring now, without anything required of the awareness except the simple, ancient, shelter-specific permission to be inside the rain and the warmth and the stone, while the most ancient, available, healing environment does what it has always done. The rain and the fire are the oldest available companions, not in the sentimental sense of the word, in the specific evolutionary, co-occurring, always being present together quality of the two elements that have defined the human shelter's nighttime experience since the species first learned to maintain fire in an enclosed space while the rain fell outside. The fire and the rain have been the shelter's two defining elements through every night of the species' shelter-using history. The rain as the outside, the elemental, atmospheric, beyond the shelter's boundary quality of the natural world doing what the natural world does at night when the weather is wet. The fire as the inside, the controlled, maintained, human-made warmth and light at the center of the protected space. The two together defining the shelter not as an absence of the outside, but as the specific, bounded inside quality space that the fire creates within the outside's rain. They have always been together in the shelter, not always literally, statistically, overwhelmingly through the full span of the species' fire-using and shelter-using history. The nights when fire was maintained inside a shelter were nights when the weather outside was doing what weather does. The fire was maintained because the outside required the shelter. The shelter was valued because the fire was inside it. The two elements in their specific, complementary, rain outside, fire inside relationship have been the defining configuration and shelter's most valued available state through every night of the long history that produced the nervous system currently receiving both of them simultaneously. The nervous system knows this configuration, not through memory, through calibration, the specific, evolutionary, deep in the tissue quality of knowing that is not the cognitive knowing of remembered experience, but the somatic knowing of the biological system, calibrated in the presence of this configuration, through generations too numerous to count. The nervous system that receives the rain outside, fire inside configuration is a system that has been calibrated to receive exactly this configuration as the most complete available version of the sheltered night's safety signal. Feel them together right now. The rain from every direction of the available acoustic space at its fullest moderate expression, the pink noise of the rainfall filling every acoustic dimension of the stone shelter's reverberant interior. The rain not as a sound among other sounds, as the total available acoustic environment, the complete surround, the everywhere simultaneously quality of the rain received from inside the stone enclosure, and the fire from the center of that acoustic surround, the specific amber, warm, steady quality of the fire's warmth arriving at every forward-facing surface of the body from the shelter's interior center. The fire not as a warmth among other warmths, as the primary available thermal environment, the center source, the here because it was tended quality of the warmth that has been present since the session began, and that will be present through every remaining hour of the night. The rain from everywhere, the fire from the center. These two together produce something that neither produces alone. The rain alone, in the open, without the shelter, without the fire, is not the healing signal, it is the threat signal. The rain on the unsheltered body in the open night is the cold, the exposure, the specific. This is dangerous quality of the unprotected organism in the wet and cold of the natural night. The rain alone is not a healing sound for the nervous system that is in the rain. It is a healing sound only for the nervous system that is not in the rain. The shelter is the condition for the rain's healing. Without the shelter, the rain is the problem. With the shelter, the rain is the proof that the shelter is solving the problem. The fire alone, in the open, without the rain, without the shelter, is a different thing entirely. The fire in the open night is warmth and light, but also exposure. The fire that announces the shelter's location to every available observer. The fire that requires the maintained attention of the fire tender against the risk of the wind's extinguishing. The open fire is not the sheltered fire. It is the beginning of the shelter, rather than the center of it, together. The rain confirming the outside, the fire confirming the inside. The two elements produce the specific inside quality shelter confirmed. You are in the right place signal that neither produces without the other. The rain is outside, the fire is inside. The body is between them, inside with the fire. Protected from the rain in the specific complementary rain and fire, oldest available companion quality of the human shelter's most complete available healing state. Both here, together, as they have always been in the shelter that the nervous system has always known as home. The body that arrived at the shelter's entrance at the beginning of tonight's session was a specific body, not worse than the body that is here now. The honest, specific, physiologically identifiable body of the person who had been in the modern environment through every waking hour of the ordinary day. The threat response system's ambient monitoring running at the ordinary day's characteristic level, above the shelter's minimum, below the acute alarm's maximum, in the specific, sustained, fractional but real, activation level of the nervous system that has never been given, a sufficiently enclosed, sufficiently every direction covered, sufficiently ancient signal providing environment to fully step down from the ordinary day's maintained readiness. The melatonin suppressed by the modern environment's short wavelength light, the specific screen light and artificial lighting quality of the ordinary evening's illumination, keeping the pineal gland's melatonin production at the suppressed level the sleep cascade delayed, the circadian system's nighttime program not fully initiated, the breath at the ordinary world's characteristic rate, the 12 to 18 cycles per minute, the diaphragm not moving through its full range, the belly not fully participating, the vagal signal of each exhale reduced by the specific shortened, not quite completing quality of the activated state's characteristic breath, the jaw at the ordinary world's characteristic engagement, the managed expressions maintain tension, the social performance's postural component, the specific, not quite released quality of the jaw that has been performing through every interaction of the day. That was the body at the beginning. The body that is in the shelter right now is different. The threat response monitoring is at its session minimum. The cave's architectural elimination of the approach directions, having reduced the monitoring requirement to the single entrance level. The sympathetic activation that the every direction monitoring was requiring, having been reduced by the cumulative shelter signal through every section of the session. The monitoring not absent at its lowest available shelter level, lower than any level the ordinary environment provides. Specifically, honestly, attending to the body conversely lower, the melatonin is at its session maximum. The fire's amber wavelength, having been permitting the melatonin production since the session's first fire-lit moment. The pineal gland having been producing melatonin through every amber-lit minute of the session's accumulated duration. The melatonin level higher than at any previous point in the session, and higher than the modern environment's suppressed level at the session's beginning. The sleep cascade more advanced, the wake state less supported, the sleep state more available. The breath is at its session slowest. The rain's rhythm having been providing the pacing signal through every breath cycle of the session, the diaphragm moving through a fuller range than the session's beginning, the belly participating more completely, the vagal signal of each exhale more complete than the ordinary activated state's shortened exhale was producing, the heart rate lower from the accumulated vagal signal, the parasympathetic activation more advanced. The jaw is softer than any point since the ordinary day began. The specific, not performing, fire-warmed, shelter, private quality of the jaw that has been given the most complete available combination of the non-assessing warmth source and the observer-absent privacy and the ancient safety signal of the enclosed shelter, softer than the managed expression allows, softer than the performed ease produces, softer than the session's beginning, by the specific, honest attending to the jaw conversable degree that the shelter's accumulated work has produced. Every direction of the step down has moved. The acoustic channel has produced the brain's approach toward the deep sleep spectral pattern. The optical channel has produced the melatonin cascade's most advanced available level. The proprioceptive and spatial channel has produced the ambient monitoring's session minimum. The respiratory channel has produced the breath's slowest available rate and the vagal signal's most complete available expression. The thermal channel has produced the peripheral vasodilation's most complete available return of the circulation to the extremities. Every channel in the right direction by the specific, honest, session proportional, attending to the body conversable degree that the shelter's complete three-element, every mechanism addressed healing environment has produced through every section of tonight. The difference between the body at the session's beginning and the body in the shelter right now is the shelter's product, not imagination, not the comfortable feeling that a pleasant voice and a quiet description tend to produce regardless of the physiological mechanism's actual operation, but the specific mechanism grounded of attending consequential difference between the ordinary day's ending physiological state and the shelter's most advanced available healing state. The rain made this difference. The fire made this difference. The cave made this difference. Together, the most ancient available healing environment, producing the most honest available healing response in the specific, faithful, always doing its best body that has been given tonight what it has always been designed to receive. Allow the awareness to expand now, past the comparisons, past the physiological accounting, past the confirmed assessment of what the shelter has produced, into the simple, available, present moment quality of being inside the shelter, not measuring it, not comparing it, not confirming the mechanism, simply inside it. The rain from every direction, the fullest available expression of the most neurologically resonant available natural acoustic signal, filling the total available acoustic space of the stone shelter's reverberant interior. Not a sound that is being heard, the acoustic environment that the awareness is inside of. The rain not at the periphery of the available experience, but at the total surround of it. The awareness at the center of the rain's complete acoustic enclosure. The rain in every direction simultaneously. The awareness inside the rain's most complete available expression. The fire from the center. The amber, warm, steady, maintained quality of the fire that has been here since the session began, and that will be here through every remaining hour of the night. Not a warmth that is being received from a distance. The warmth that is at the center of the awareness's inhabited space. The fire whose amber light is on the walls, and whose warmth is on the face, and whose sound is in the air alongside the rain sound. The fire not separate from the shelter's experience, the center of it. The cave walls from every direction, the stone, the geological mass. The approach direction eliminating quality of the enclosure that surrounds the body from every available side except the single entrance ahead. Not a described enclosure. The felt, proprioceptively real, body in a specific space quality of the stone shelter's complete surround. The walls not abstract boundaries, but the specific, cool, solid, unyielding, has been here for longer than any human structure, has stood quality of the ancient stone that the rain cannot penetrate. The floor dry beneath, the ceiling present above, the entrance ahead, the rain curtain visible through the opening, the fire's light reaching into the rain at the entrance's threshold, the boundary between the outside and the inside, marked by the specific rain falling in the fire's light quality of the threshold's visual expression, the body between all of these, not observing the shelter from outside it, inside it, the way a person is inside a space rather than examining a space, the way the warmth is not a quality being observed, but the warmth of the body from the inside, the way the rain is not a sound being heard, but the acoustic environment the awareness is inside of, the awareness here, in this body, in this shelter, in the rain's complete around, in the fire's steady warmth, in the stone wall's complete enclosure, the breath moving with the rain's rhythm, not counted, not directed, simply moving with the rhythm that the rain has been providing as the pacing signal through every section of the session, the exhale departing with the rain's rhythm, the belly softening each departing breath, the diaphragm ascending through its fuller range, the pause at the bottom, the natural, brief, always available resting point of the complete exhale's bottom, inhabited with the specific rain-accompanied, fire-warmed quality of the shelter's most complete available rest point. The heart at the lower rate inside the wider chest. The melatonin heavy behind the eyes. The monitoring resting in the assessment's completion. The jaw soft in the fire's warmth. The shoulders lower than the day required. Everything here. Not one area at a time, but all of it simultaneously. The whole body in the whole shelter, in the whole rains, surround in the whole fire's warmth, in the whole cave's enclosure. The hypnagogic quality is present at the awareness's edges. The specific, thoughts becoming images, less linearly connected, more associative quality of the awareness in the sleep initiation process. The thoughts that are arriving with the looser, more image-adjacent quality of the thoughts that the hypnagogic state produces. The specific between waking and sleeping quality of the awareness that is no longer fully in the waking state, but has not yet crossed into the sleeping state. The rain is in the thoughts. The fire's warmth is in the thoughts. The cave's enclosure is in the thoughts. The shelter has become the ambient quality of the awareness. Not a described environment that the mind is constructing, but the felt, present, inhabited environment that the awareness is inside of. The sleep is very close. Not approaching, close. Already here at the edges. The shelter holding everything that is needed for the crossing. Simply here, in the rain, in the warmth, in the stone wall's ancient enclosure. The oldest available version of inside. The monitoring has one final question. It has been present through every section of the shelter journey. Tracking the rain's acoustic quality, assessing the cave's evaluating the fire's wavelength appropriate contribution to the melatonin pathway, measuring the body's responses against the description's claimed effects. The monitoring that has been the session's faithful, intelligent, this must be real companion through every section of physiological science and the body scan, and the deep shelter's most complete acoustic immersion. The final question is simple. Is it working? The answer has already been delivered in section 6.2's specific attending to the body comparison between the beginning and the present, accounting of every channel's direction appropriate change, the breath slower, the jaw softer, the shoulders lower, the melatonin rising, the ambient monitoring reduced, each one attending to the body consermable, each one genuinely different from the session's beginning, each one in the direction that the shelter's three-element healing mechanism produces. But the monitoring's final question is not really asking for the data. The data has been provided. The monitoring has received the data. The monitoring's final question, the question beneath the data's question, is asking something more fundamental than whether the physiological markers have moved in the right direction. It is asking whether the shelter is real, not physiologically real, experientially real, whether the experience of being inside the rain sound and the fire's warmth and the cave stone enclosure is genuinely present in the body's experience, or whether it is a described experience that the mind is producing as an imaginative construction without the specific felt body confirmed quality of the genuine experience. Here is the honest answer to the honest question. The shelter is as real as the quality of the attending to the body experience makes it. The rain sound is present in the awareness at the level that the visualization's neural network engagement produces, not the full, physical, eardrum impacting level of the actual rain on the actual stone shelter, but the genuine, partial, attending to the internal imagery level of the brain's own acoustic imagination engaged with the specific multi-source, every direction named, spectral quality described rain that the session has been building across 6 chapters of increasingly specific acoustic detail. The fire's warmth is present in the face and the chest and the hands at the level that the visualization's neural network engagement produces, not the full, physical, skin temperature measurably changing level of the actual fire at the actual optimal distance, but the genuine, partial, attending to the body level of the warmth that the brain's representation of the fire's thermal environment has been producing through every section of the session's fire-attended work. The cave's enclosure is present in the proprioceptive sense of being in a specific, bounded, every direction covered space at the level that the visualization's spatial neural network engagement produces, not the full, physical, reaching out and touching the stone level of the actual cave wall at arm's reach, but the genuine, partial, attending to the spatial sense level of the enclosed space that the brain's representation of the cave's architectural enclosure has been producing through every section of the session. Partial engagement of the healing mechanisms is still engagement. The partial rain's pink noise signal still engages the brain's thalamic networks toward the deep sleep patterns approach. The partial fire's amber light still contributes to the melatonin pathway's permissive activation. The partial cave's enclosure still contributes to the threat response system's ambient monitoring reduction. The attending to the body confirmations are real. Slower breath, softer jaw, lower shoulders, heavier behind the eyes melatonin signal. These are not produced by the description alone. They are produced by the visualization's neural network engagement and the nervous system's honest and proportional mechanism appropriate response to that engagement. The shelter is real at the level of the visualization's capacity. That level is sufficient for the healing's honest, session proportional, attending to the body conservanceable degree. The monitoring's final question has been answered. The shelter is real. The healing is real. The monitoring is done. And in the space of the monitoring's completion, the fullest available experience of what the shelter has been offering through every section of the session, the rain from every direction, the fire from the center, the cave walls from every available side, the body between all of them, inside, warm, enclosed, in the oldest available version of the sheltered night as most complete healing environment. The monitoring is resting now, not suppressed, completed, the result confirmed, the function fulfilled, the assessment delivered, the rain continues, the fire continues, the cave walls continue, the healing continues, without the monitoring. In the shelter's most complete available quiet, something has been running below the ordinary day's surface that deserves its honest naming. Not the dramatic something of the acute crisis or the identifiable breakdown. The specific, below the drama, chronic, structurally produced something of the nervous system that has been maintaining the ordinary day's activation level through every hour of every ordinary day, without the specific, multi-channel, ancient signal quality environment that the nervous system requires to fully discharge the activation that the ordinary day accumulates, the activation that does not fully resolve between one ordinary day and the next, the activation that carries forward from yesterday's ordinary ending into today's ordinary beginning, in the specific baseline elevated, starting from above resting quality of the nervous system that has not been given the complete recovery that the shelter's healing environment provides. The modern sleeping environment does not provide the complete recovery. This is not a criticism of the modern sleeping environment's comfort or its intentions. It is the honest, physiologically specific statement of what the modern sleeping environment lacks compared to the most complete, available healing environment that the human nervous system was calibrated to recover inside. The modern bedroom is comfortable. The modern bedroom is private. The modern bedroom is temperature regulated and darkness capable and physically safe in every available sense of physical safety. What the modern bedroom does not provide is the specific acoustic, specific optical, and the specific spatial architectural combination signals that the nervous system was calibrated to use as the complete recovery signal. The rain is not in the modern bedroom. The fire is not in the modern bedroom. The stone enclosure, the specific approach direction eliminating every side covered geological mass quality of the enclosure that reduces the ambient monitoring requirement to the single entrance level, is not in the modern bedroom. Without these signals, the recovery is partial, not negligible, partial. The modern bedroom's comfortable, physically safe, darkness-capable environment produces the partial recovery of the nervous system that has been given approximately correct conditions for sleep, approximately the right darkness, approximately the right temperature, approximately the right physical safety, but not the specific, ancient, every mechanism appropriate signals that the most complete available recovery requires. The partial recovery is the recovery that has been available through every ordinary night of the modern life. It is real recovery. It is enough recovery to function the next day, to navigate the next ordinary day's demands, to maintain the ordinary life's ordinary quality. It is not the complete recovery. The complete recovery, the specific, shelter-confirmed, rain-accompanied, fire-warmed, stone-enclosed quality of the most ancient available healing environment, producing the most complete available healing response, has not been available in the ordinary modern night. It has been available tonight. And the cost of the partial recovery's accumulation through the ordinary nights is specific and real. The resting baseline of the threat response system's ambient monitoring has been slightly elevated above the shelter's minimum level through every ordinary night's partial recovery. Not dramatically elevated, specifically elevated, the specific above resting, never quite at the shelter minimum quality of the ambient monitoring level that the ordinary night's partial recovery leaves as the next day's starting point. Each ordinary day beginning from this slightly above minimum baseline. Each ordinary day's demands adding to this baseline. Each ordinary night's partial recovery reducing the baseline somewhat, but not to the shelter's minimum. The accumulation is the gap, the specific growing over time, ordinary night by ordinary night quality of the gap between the partial recovery's product and the complete recovery's product, the accumulated difference between where the nervous system's baseline would be if the complete recovery were available every night and where it actually is after the accumulated nights of the partial recovery. This gap is not abstract, it is in the body, in the specific, slightly above where it should be quality of the resting threat response monitoring level, in the specific, slightly suppressed quality of the immune maintenance that the chronically slightly elevated sympathetic activation produces, in the specific, slightly shortened quality of the deep sleep stages that the slightly elevated cortisol baseline produces in the ordinary night's sleep architecture, in the specific, slightly blunted quality of the morning's cortisol awakening response that the slightly disrupted overnight recovery produces in the ordinary morning's alertness. All of this accumulated, night after night, ordinary night after ordinary night, not causing dramatic impairment, producing the specific, chronic, below the drama. This is simply how things are, quality of the nervous system that has been recovering partially through every available night and has never been given the comparison point of the complete recovery that would make the partial recovery's cost visible. Tonight is the comparison point. The shelter has provided tonight what the ordinary night has not been providing. The specific, complete, three-element, every mechanism appropriate healing environment that the nervous system was calibrated for. The rain and the fire and the cave walls have together been producing the most complete available healing response through every section of tonight's session. The step down has been deeper than the ordinary night's step down. The melatonin cascade has been more fully permitted. The ambient monitoring has been reduced to the shelter's minimum. The parasympathetic activation has reached its most advanced available level. The gap is visible tonight, not as the confirmation of a problem requiring alarm, as the honest, specific, warmly delivered acknowledgement of the cost that the partial recovery's accumulation has been producing through the ordinary nights, and the equally honest, specific, warmly delivered recognition that the cost is real, and that tonight's shelter has genuinely, specifically, mechanism appropriately addressed it. The cost has been real. The shelter's address of the cost is real. Tonight is the comparison point that makes the gap visible and the gap's addressing available. Both visible, both real, both here in the shelter's rain and fire and stone. There is a quality of the nervous system at the shelter's most complete recovery that deserves to be named and felt, not as the destination of a long program of consistent shelter visits that builds the resting baseline toward the shelter's minimum over weeks and months of regular practice. That arc is real, and it is the session's most honest longer-term promise, and it will be named. But first this, the specific, present moment. This is what the complete recovery feels like quality of the nervous system in the shelter's most complete available healing state right now. Not the tomorrow version of it, or the weeks from now version of it. The right now version. The body that is in the sheltered at the session's most advanced healing moment is in the closest available approximation to the complete recovery's quality that a single session's accumulated work can produce. Feel the quality of this. The ambient monitoring at its lowest available level of the ordinary life, the specific, fractional. The monitoring is still there but at its minimum quality of the threat response system that has been given the most complete available architectural and acoustic and optical evidence that the monitoring can reduce to the shelter's minimum. The awareness that is not divided between the present experience and the scanning of the environment for threat in the specific monitoring minimum quality of the nervous system in the shelter. The awareness more completely here than it has been since the ordinary day began. Not divided by the monitoring's claim on the fractional attention that the ordinary environment maintains. This undivided quality is the complete recovery's most immediately available expression. The person who is in the shelter's most complete healing state is the person whose awareness is most fully available to the present moment, whose attention is not consumed by the monitoring function, not divided between the experience and the assessment of the experience's safety, not fractionally elsewhere in the specific, monitoring adjacent, always something to add to quality of the ordinary environment's ambient monitoring requirement. Simply here, in the rain's sound, in the fire's warmth, in the stone wall's enclosure, the quality of thought that arrives in this state is different, not the quality of the acute, concentrated, analytical thought of the performing mind, the quality of the relaxed, associative, image-adjacent, less linearly constrained quality of the thought that the low monitoring, high parasympathetic, melatonin-elevated state produces, the thoughts arriving more slowly, the thoughts arriving with more space between them, the thoughts arriving without the urgency that the monitoring's claim on the fractional attention imports into every arriving thought, the urgency that makes the ordinary thought feel like something that requires a response before it has been fully formed. These thoughts do not require a response. They arrive, and they are present, and they depart. In the specific, rain-accompanied, fire-warmed, stone-enclosed quality of the thought that exists in the shelter rather than in the ordinary world's demand-adjacent environment. The thought about the ordinary day's concern is a different thought in the shelter than it is in the ordinary world, not because the concern is less real, but because the monitoring's urgency importing function is at its minimum, which removes the urgency from the thought. Without removing the thought, the thoughts are quieter, not absent quieter. The shelter does not eliminate the thoughts. The shelter changes the quality of the thoughts by changing the quality of the monitoring that has been importing urgency into every thought of the ordinary day. This is what returns when the complete recovery is available. The less urgent quality of thought, the more fully present quality of awareness, the less divided quality of the attention that has been released from the monitoring's fractional claim. These are not extraordinary qualities. They are the ordinary qualities of the human awareness in the most appropriate available environment. They feel extraordinary only in comparison to the ordinary day's monitoring divided, urgency imported, never quite fully here quality of the awareness in the partially recovering ordinary night. The longer-term return is the resting baseline, the shelter that is visited consistently, specific session repeated, session by session by accumulated baseline building quality of the sleep session used as the regular sleep preparation contributes its specific session proportional honest degree to the gradual reduction of the resting or desting baseline to the shelter's minimum, not in a single session, across the accumulated sessions of the consistent practice. Each session's healing work contributing its specific, honest, mechanism-appropriate degree to the resting baseline's gradual reduction. The resting ambient monitoring level falling gradually toward the shelter's minimum. The resting melatonin production increasing gradually as the accumulated session's melatonin permissive conditions contribute to the circadian system's recalibration. Tonight is the first session of this arc, not the completion, the beginning, the first shelter visit that establishes the shelter as the available environment and demonstrates the shelter's healing capacity in the body's own, attending to the body conservanceable experience. The first session that provides the comparison point, the specific tonight. This is what the complete recovery feels like quality that makes the gap visible and the consistent practice's promise credible. Every subsequent session builds from tonight's established comparison point, the nervous system that has felt the shelter's healing quality. In the specific attending to the body, melatonin heavy behind the eyes, jaw softer than the ordinary day, monitoring at its lowest level quality of the most complete available healing experience, has the internal reference for what the consistent practice is building toward. Tonight has established that reference. Tonight has given the body the felt experience of the most complete available healing that the session provides. The arc begins here, from tonight's confirmed, shelter established, body experienced beginning. The rain outside, the fire inside, the cave walls everywhere. The healing at its most complete available level, the arc's first step taken. The body that has been in this shelter tonight deserves its acknowledgement, not the acknowledgement of the session's physiological products. The melatonin level, and the monitoring's reduction, and the breath's slower quality, and the heart rate's lowering. Those have been named and confirmed throughout the session. A different acknowledgement, the specific warm, directly felt, non-physiological acknowledgement of the body that has been absorbing the ordinary day's activation and the ordinary night's partial recovery through every ordinary day and every ordinary night, and that has been doing this faithfully, without withholding its functions, without announcing the cost, without requiring the acknowledgement that the absorbing deserved. The body kept the threat response system running, even at the ordinary environments above minimum monitoring level, even without the cave's architectural elimination of the approach directions that would have allowed the monitoring to reduce to its shelter minimum. The amygdala kept monitoring, the HPA axis kept calibrating, the sympathetic nervous system kept maintaining the fractional activation that the ordinary environments above minimum monitoring requirement sustained. All of it kept running at the best available level the ordinary conditions allowed, through every ordinary night and every ordinary day. The body kept the melatonin producing, even suppressed by the modern environment's short wavelength light, even with the circadian system's night program being partially initiated rather than fully initiated. The pineal gland produced what melatonin the available conditions permitted. The sleep cascade initiated when it could and advanced as far as the suppressed signal allowed. The deep sleep stages occurred at the depth and duration the partially initiated cascade supported. All of this kept happening at the best available level the ordinary conditions allowed. Through every ordinary night, the body kept the immune maintenance proceeding, even at the slightly reduced NK cell activity of the chronically slightly sympathetically elevated state, even with the melatonin-stimulated immune activation at the below optimal level of the suppressed melatonin cascade. The immune system kept performing its surveillance and maintenance at the level the available conditions supported, finding the threats, mounting the responses, maintaining the vigilance that the body's defense requires continuously. The body kept the breath moving, even at the ordinary world's shortened, belly constrained, not quite completing quality, even with the vagal signal of each exhale reduced by the specific shortened quality of the activated state's characteristic breath. The diaphragm kept descending and ascending. The lungs kept inflating and deflating. The vagal signal kept arriving at the brainstem with each exhale, reduced but present. The parasympathetic activation kept advancing slowly from the below optimal starting point, but advancing. The faithfulness is the body's most fundamental available quality, not the dramatic faithfulness of the extraordinary performance. The specific, quiet, continuous, never announced. Below the awareness faithfulness of the biological system that keeps its functions running through every available condition without requiring the acknowledgement that the running deserves. The heart that has beaten through every ordinary day's activation without once stopping to note that the conditions were suboptimal. The immune system that has maintained its surveillance through every ordinary night's partial recovery, without once withdrawing its function based on the inadequacy of the melatonin signal, the nervous system that has kept calibrating the clock and monitoring the environment and maintaining the breath and supporting the waking state and initiating the sleep state through every available day and night. All of this without the shelter, the specific, most complete available three-element, every mechanism appropriate quality of the shelter that tonight has provided. The body has been doing its best without this through every ordinary night, the best available from the conditions available. The conditions have been the modern bedroom's partial recovery environment. The best from those conditions has been the partial recovery that the modern bedroom provides. Tonight the conditions have changed, and the body's response to the changed conditions has been the immediate, honest, proportional, mechanism-appropriate quality of the biological system that has been waiting for the right environment, and that has responded immediately when the right environment arrived. The first step on the session's first metaphorical path, producing the first fractional honest degree of the monitoring's reduction, the first amber-lit moment, producing the first pineal gland-received melatonin permissive signal, the first stone wall adjacent moment, producing the first approach direction reduced ambient monitoring release degree of the step down. Immediately, the body was ready. It had been ready through every ordinary night. The mechanisms intact, the calibration maintained, the capacity for the complete recovery present, and waiting for the complete recovery's environment. The body did not need to be rebuilt or retrained or gradually introduced to the capacity for the shelter's healing. The capacity was always there. Tonight, the capacity found its environment. This is the acknowledgement the body deserves, not the praise of the body that has been given optimal conditions. The specific, warm, directly felt acknowledgement of the body that has been maintaining the complete recovery's capacity through every ordinary night of the conditions that did not allow the complete recovery, and that has responded immediately and completely and honestly when the conditions that allow the complete recovery have arrived. The body is in the shelter now. The capacity has found its environment. The response is the specific, immediate, mechanism appropriate, attending to the body, the conversible quality of a body that has always how to do this version, this that has been doing the partial version of this through every ordinary night, and that is doing the most complete available version of this tonight. The shelter is holding this body. The rain is on everything outside. The fire is at the center. The body is inside, warm, enclosed, in the acknowledgement that it has always deserved, and that tonight's shelter is providing in the only language that the body's faithfulness can be truly honored in. The language of the right conditions finally given. The shelter's healing sleep is arriving, not as a promise of what is about to happen, as the honest attending to the body, present moment description of what is currently occurring at the awareness's edges and in the body's most fundamental available physiological expression. The hypnagogic quality that has been building through the shelter's deepening sections is more pronounced now than at any previous point in the session. The thoughts are arriving with a specific, image-adjacent, less linearly constrained, more associatively organized quality of the thoughts that the sleep initiation process produces. The thoughts that are no longer fully organized by the waking mind's linear logic, but are beginning to follow the looser, more image-based, more freely associating logic of the dreaming mind that is approaching from the sleep's direction The rain is in the thoughts, not the described rain of the earlier sections. The present, ambient, already here rain of the thoughts that have been so thoroughly shaped by the session's acoustic environment that the rain is no longer a described sound, but a felt quality of the awareness itself. The rain as the ambient condition of the approach to sleep. The most ancient available acoustic accompaniment to the crossing from waking to sleeping that the human nervous system has ever had available. The fire's warmth is in the thoughts, the amber, the centre, the maintained quality of the warmth that has been present through every section of the session, present now at the level of the felt ambient already inside, the experience quality of the warmth that the hypnagogic mind carries into the sleep rather than the described warmth of the waking mind's construction. The cave walls are in the thoughts. The stone, the enclosure, the approach direction eliminated quality of the ancient shelter, present in the thoughts as the felt, ambient, perceptibly real quality of being inside rather than the described enclosure of the waking visualization. The shelter has become the ambient quality of the sleeping mind's approach. This is the destination the session has been building toward. Not the physiological mechanism's confirmation, not the attending to the body verification of the breath's slower quality, or the jaw's softer quality, or the monitoring's reduced level, but this, a shelter present in the awareness as the ambient environment of the sleep's approach, rather than as the session described content. The rain and the fire and the stone as the felt, body present, already here quality of the crossing's environment. The healing sleep that crosses from this environment is the shelter's most complete available gift. The sleep that begins from the most advanced available parasympathetic activation, from the monitoring at its minimum and the melatonin at its maximum, and the breath at its slowest, and the heart at its lowest rate, and the jaw at its softest, and the awareness at its most hypnagogically available, proceeds into the deep sleep stages from the most appropriate available starting conditions. The slow wave sleep, the specific delta wave dominant, glymphatic clearance supporting, cellular restoration proceeding, immune maintenance completing stage, is more accessible from this starting point than from the ordinary activated starting point of the partial recovery's ordinary night. The restoration that follows is the shelter's work continuing through the sleeping hours, the glymphatic clearance proceeding at the depth, the most complete available parasympathetic dominant slow wave sleep accessed starting conditions support, the immune maintenance proceeding at the level highest available melatonin signal, and the most complete available NK cell activation support. The emotional processing of the REM sleep proceeding with the monitoring at its minimum. The emotional content of the day's experience being processed in the specific low threat response activation, most freely processing quality of the REM's sleep in the shelter's ambient environment. All of this is the shelter's gift to the morning. Good night, said specifically to the person who arrived at the shelter's entrance with the ordinary day's activation carried in the jaw and the shoulders and the breath and the ambient monitorings above minimum level, and who has followed every section of the shelter journey to the deepest available healing moment that the session provides, who has given the weight to the shelter floor and received the rain's rhythm as the breath's pacing signal and been warmed by the amber front-facing heat and released the demands to the outside where the rain is falling on them, who has received the body scans, shelter delivered releasing of every area from the lower body's floor-given heaviness to the belly's rain-rhythmed softness to the shoulders' demand, is outside, lowering to the face's fire private warmth. Who has received the physiological science, the pink noise and the melatonin pathway, and the architectural threat response disengagement, and has allowed the understanding to deepen the shelter's healing rather than replacing the shelter's felt experience? Who has been in the rain's most complete available acoustic expression, and has let the monitoring complete its final assessment, and has received the acknowledgement of the body's extraordinary faithfulness through the ordinary nights? Who is here now, in the shelter, in the rain, in the fire's warmth, in the stone walls' enclosure, at the threshold of the shelter's healing sleep? The rain is outside, the fire is inside. The cave holds this body through every remaining sleep cycle of the night, through the light sleep and the deep sleep and the dreaming and the dreamless hours, through every cycle. The rain present, the fire warm, the stone walls everywhere, the healing proceeding at the most complete available level from the most complete available starting conditions. The shelter's healing sleep is here. Follow it now. The rain is outside, the fire is inside. The cave holds you through every remaining hour. Good night. These words will continue through the night, not as content requiring the waking mind's evaluation or the monitoring function's assessment of whether the shelter's imagery had been sufficiently vivid or the physiological mechanisms have been adequately confirmed. The waking mind has done its complete work tonight. It followed the session from the shelter's first acoustic arrival through the cave's specific physical reality and the fire's establishment and the complete shelter's first integrated experience. It gave the body's weight to the floor and received the rain's rhythm as the breath's pacing signal and released the demands to the outside and allowed the body scan's shelter-delivered work to address every area from the lower body's foundation to the face's fire-warmed private expression. It received the physiological science and confirmed the mechanisms in the body's own attending to the body language. It inhabited the deep shelter's most complete available acoustic immersion and allowed the monitoring to complete its assessment and deliver its confirmed result. The waking mind has arrived at the shelter's threshold, having done everything asked of it. It can rest now. What follows is for the sleeping mind, the subconscious that continues through every sleep cycle of the remaining night, receiving what the sleeping environment provides at the level below the waking mind's evaluative function. The subconscious in the shelter's healing sleep is at its most receptive available state. The melatonin at the session's maximum, the parasympathetic activation at its most complete, the monitoring at its shelter minimum, the delta wave oscillation approaching from the direction of the deep sleep's most complete available expression. The affirmations that follow are calibrated for this specific subconscious. They address the beliefs that the partial recovery's accumulation installs in the nervous system that has never been given the complete recovery's comparison point. The belief that the ordinary level of activation is simply the baseline, the fixed, unalterable, this how the nervous system is, quality of the resting state, rather than the specific recoverable, shelter, addressable quality of the chronically partially recovered nervous system. The belief that the quality of sleep available is the quality of sleep that the ordinary environment provides, that the deeper, more completely recovered, monitoring at minimum quality of the shelter's sleep is not available outside the rare and inaccessible conditions of the actual shelter. each belief addressed by the honest, shelter-confirmed, body-true alternative. The resting activation is not fixed. Tonight has demonstrated this. The monitoring has been at levels the ordinary environment does not produce. The melatonin cascade has been at levels the ordinary environment suppresses. The breath has been at rates the ordinary activation does not allow. The jaw has been at the softness the ordinary world does not produce. All of this is the attending to the body confirmed demonstration that the baseline is not fixed, that the shelter's environment produces a genuinely different quality of nervous system state than the ordinary environment produces, and that the nervous system responds to the shelter's signals immediately and honestly and in the specific mechanism appropriate, attending to the body is an invincible way of a system that has always had the capacity for this and has simply been waiting for the right conditions. The affirmations arrive one per complete breath cycle, the rain's rhythm providing the pacing, the specific rain-accompanied shelter-present quality of the affirmation delivery that makes each statement arrive not as a cognitive input to the analytical mind, but as shelter-utter, ambient, rain-paced, body-level communication to the subconscious at the level where the partial recovery's installed beliefs are held. One statement per exhale's completion. Each statement settling with the exhale's full departure. Each pause at the exhale's bottom receiving the affirmation in the specific breath-paced, shelter-quiet quality of the sleeping mind at its most available. The rain is in every affirmation, not as decoration, as the specific acoustic presence, shelter continuing quality of the rain woven into the rhythm and the language, and the felt quality of every statement. The shelter does not withdraw when the affirmations begin. The rain continues outside. The fire continues inside. The stone walls continue everywhere. The body continues between them in the most complete available healing state that tonight's session has built. The voice at its most quiet now. The shelter's most complete available silence between the rain sound and the fire. The voice, finding the specific shelter, quiet, deep night quality of the voice that speaks to the sleeping mind in the language that the sleeping mind receives most completely. The rain is outside, the fire is inside. The cave holds the sleeping body. The first affirmation begins now, with the next to complete exhale, in the shelter, in the rain. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The shelter is holding. The stone above is wet and the floor beneath is dry, and the shelter is doing its most fundamental work. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The fire is warm at the center, amber, steady, maintained, the most ancient available confirmation that the shelter is held. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The cave walls are everywhere except the single entrance. The monitoring can rest at its shelter minimum. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The pink noise of the rain is speaking to the brain's deep sleep pattern, the most neurologically resonant available natural sound. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The fire's amber light has been permitting the melatonin cascade, the pineal gland, producing what the modern light was suppressing. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The melatonin is at its session maximum. The sleep cascade is advancing through every remaining hour. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The deep sleep stages are approaching from the most complete available parasympathetic starting point. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The glymphatic system is preparing for its most complete available clearance. The brain's metabolic residue being flushed in the deep sleeps conditions. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The immune system is receiving the shelter's gift. The NK cells active at the melatonin signaled level. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The nervous system's resting baseline is lower tonight than the ordinary night provides. The shelter has addressed the partial recovery's gap. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The body has been faithful through every ordinary night, the mechanisms maintained, the capacity always present. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. Tonight the capacity has found its environment. The shelter has given the body what it has always been designed to receive. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The breath is slower than any point since the ordinary day began. The rain's rhythm has been the pacing through every section. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The jaw is softer than the ordinary world allows. The fire's warmth and the shelter's privacy have given the private face. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The shoulders are lower than the day required. The demands are outside in the rain, and the shoulders have released the brace. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The morning will receive the restoration that the shelter's most complete available healing sleep provides. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The arc begins tonight, each subsequent session building from tonight's established comparison point. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The rain continues, the fire continues, the cave walls continue, the healing continues. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. That is enough. Tonight that is everything. Breathing out. The rain is outside. Breathing in. The fire is inside. Breathing out. The cave holds me. Breathing in. That is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The rain is outside, and the fire is inside, and the cave walls are everywhere. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The rain on the stone above is the shelter proving itself. The wet outside and the dry inside confirming the same thing. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The fire at the center is the shelter's most ancient confirmation, amber, warm, maintained through the night. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The cave walls are the shelter's most ancient architecture, stone on every side, the monitoring reduced to the single entrance. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The body gave its weight to the shelter floor, and the shelter floor received it completely. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The belly breathed with the rain's rhythm, and the rain provided the pacing without asking. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The shoulders released the day's demands to the outside, where the rain is falling on them. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The face received the fire's warmth in the shelter's complete privacy, the private face that the fire has always seen. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The nervous system received the complete three-element healing signal, rain, fire, stone, simultaneously. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The monitoring has completed its assessment and rested in the confirmed result. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The body has been faithful through every ordinary night. The capacity for the complete recovery always maintained. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The shelter received the body immediately. The response honest, proportional, mechanism appropriate. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The healing sleep is proceeding from the most complete available starting conditions. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The rain will continue through every remaining hour, the acoustic healing proceeding through every sleep cycle. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The fire will continue through every remaining hour. The amber warmth present through the night. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The cave holds this body through every remaining sleep cycle of the shelter's healing night. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter, and tonight I have found it. Breathing in. The shelter is the oldest available version of enough. Breathing out. I have always known how to find shelter. Breathing in. Tonight I have found it. Breathing out. The rain is outside. Breathing in. The fire is inside. Breathing out. The cave holds me. Breathing in. Tonight. Breathing out. The rain is outside, and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The stone above is wet, and the floor beneath is dry, and the shelter is holding through every remaining hour. Breathing out. The fire is at the center, amber, warm, steady, the ancient conformation maintained. Breathing in. The cave walls are everywhere except the entrance. The monitoring at its shelter minimum through every sleep cycle. Breathing out. The rain is outside, and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The pink noise of the rain is moving through every sleep cycle, the one signal present through every remaining hour. Breathing out. The brain's deep sleep pattern is being supported by the rain's spectral consonance through every cycle. Breathing in. The delta wave oscillation is proceeding in the rain's most complete available acoustic accompaniment. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The fire's amber is on the walls. The melatonin cascade advancing through every amber-lit sleep cycle. Breathing out. The pineal gland has been producing what the modern light was suppressing, the cascade running correctly tonight. Breathing in, the sleep stages are proceeding from the most complete available melatonin-supported starting point. Breathing out, the rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in, the cave walls have covered every approach direction except the entrance. The monitoring resting at its minimum. Breathing out, the sympathetic activation that the every direction monitoring was requiring has been released by the stone's coverage. Breathing in, the parasympathetic activation is at its most complete, the healing proceeding from the most available starting conditions. Breathing out, the rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in, the glymphatic system is clearing the brain's metabolic residue in the deep sleep's most supported conditions. Breathing out, the immune system's NK cells are active at the melatonin signaled shelter-supported level through every cycle. Breathing in, the cellular restoration is proceeding at the most complete available quality of the shelter's healing night. Breathing out, the rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in, the body gave its weight to the floor and the floor received it. The weight still given, the floor still receiving. Breathing out, the belly is breathing with the rain's rhythm through every sleep cycle. The pacing natural, the synchrony self-maintaining. Breathing in, the diaphragm moving through its full range with each rain-riven breath of the healing night. Breathing out, the rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in, the shoulders are lower than the day required, the demands outside in the rain, the brace released. Breathing out, the arms are heavy along the sides, nothing carried, nothing held, the weight given to the shelter's floor. Breathing in, the hands are open on the ancient floor, palms receiving the shelter's specific, dry, ancient quality. Breathing out, the rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in, the face is in the fire's warmth, private, soft, managed expression entirely released. Breathing out, the jaw is at its softest, the fire's warmth and the shelter's privacy have given the face its private quality. Breathing in, the forehead is smooth, the effort expression gone with the effort that required it. Breathing out, the rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in, the body has been faithful through every ordinary night of the partial recovery's conditions. Breathing out, the mechanisms were always intact, the capacity for the complete recovery always maintained and waiting. Breathing in, tonight the capacity found its environment, and the response was immediate and honest and complete. Breathing out, the rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in, the arc begins from tonight's established shelter, each subsequent session building from this comparison point. Breathing out, the resting baseline falls gradually toward the shelter's minimum through the consistent practice accumulated sessions. Breathing in, tonight is the first step, the first shelter established, the first complete recovery demonstrated in the body. Breathing out, the rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in, the morning will receive what the shelter's most complete available healing sleep provides. Breathing out, the cortisol awakening response will initiate from the most complete available overnight recovery's baseline. Breathing in, the morning cognitive function at its most available level, the glymphatic clearance most complete, the restoration most thorough. Breathing out, The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. Through every sleep cycle, the rain continues. The acoustic healing present through every remaining hour. Breathing out. Through every sleep cycle, the fire continues. The amber warmth present. The melatonin cascade supported. Breathing in. Through every sleep cycle, the cave walls continue. The enclosure present, the monitoring at its minimum. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The shelter is the most ancient available version of the right conditions. The nervous system was calibrated for this. Breathing out. The calibration has always been here. The capacity for the complete recovery always waiting in the body. Breathing in. The shelter has given the capacity its environment, and the body has responded with everything it has always had. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The rain is the proof. The fire is the warmth. The stone is the enclosure. Breathing out. The rain outside. The fire inside. The cave walls everywhere. Breathing in. The body between all three, held, warm, enclosed, healing. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside, and this is the oldest available version of safe. Breathing in. The oldest available version. Breathing out. The rain on stone above. Breathing in. The dry floor beneath. Breathing out. The fire at the center. Breathing in. The amber on the walls. Breathing out. The stone walls everywhere. Breathing in. The monitoring resting. Breathing out. The melatonin rising. Breathing in. The breath slow. Out. The heart lower. Breathing in. The healing proceeding. Breathing out. The rain is outside. Breathing in. The fire is inside. Breathing out. The cave holds this body. Breathing in. Through every cycle. Breathing out. Through every hour. Breathing in. Of the shelter's healing night. Breathing out. The rain is outside and I am inside. Breathing in. The oldest available version of safe. Breathing out. That is enough. Breathing in tonight. Breathing out in the shelter. Breathing in the rain. Breathing out in the fire's warmth. Breathing in the stone walls' ancient enclosure. Breathing out. That is everything. Breathing in. The rain is outside. Breathing out. The fire is inside. Breathing in. The cave holds me. Breathing out. That has always been true. Breathing in every shelter. Breathing out through every sheltered night. Breathing in of every human life. Breathing out that has ever found shelter. Breathing in the rain. Breathing out. The rain is outside. Breathing in. The fire is inside. Breathing out. The cave holds me. Breathing in tonight. Breathing out.